The Moon is a Harsh Mistress by Robert Heinlein. Continued. Disc 9. I was filmed laying a wreath on a place where a bridge had been in another part of Boston, Concord, and made a memorized speech. Bridge is still there, actually. You can see it, down through glass. Not much of a bridge. Prof enjoyed it all, rough as it was on him. Prof had great capacity for enjoying. He always had something new to tell about great future of Luna. In New York he gave managing director of a hotel chain, one with Rabbit trademark, a sketch of what could be done with resorts in Luna, once excursion rates were within reach of more people. Visits too short to hurt anyone, escort service included, exotic side trips, gambling, no taxes. Last point grabbed attention, so Prof expanded it into longer old age theme. A chain of retirement hostels where an earthworm could live on Terran old age pension and go on living 20, 30, 40 years longer than on Terra. As an exile, but which was better? A live old age in Luna or a funeral crypt on Terra? His descendants could pay visits and fill those resort hotels. Prof embellished with pictures of nightclubs with acts impossible in Terra's horrible gravity, sports to fit our decent level of gravitation. Even talked about swimming pools and ice skating and possibility of flying. Thought he had tripped his safeties. He finished by hinting that Swiss cartel had tied it up. Next day he was telling Foreign Divisions Manager of Chase International Panagra that a Luna City branch should be staffed with paraplegics, paralytics, heart cases, amputees, others who found high gravity a handicap. Manager was a fat man who wheezed. He may have been thinking of it personally, but his ears picked up at no taxes. We didn't have it all our own way. News was often against us, and were always hecklers. Whenever I had to take them on without Prof's help, I was likely to get tripped. One man tackled me on Prof's statement to committee that we owned grain grown in Luna. He seemed to take it for granted that we did not. Told him I did not understand question. He answered, "Isn't it true, Colonel, that your provisional government has asked for membership in Federated Nations?" Should have answered no comment, but fell for it and agreed. "Very well," he said. "The impediment seems to be the counterclaim that the Moon belongs to the Federated Nations, as it always has, under supervision of the Lunar Authority. Either way, by your own admission, that grain belongs to the Federated Nations, in trust." I asked how he reached that conclusion. He answered, "Colonel, you style yourself Undersecretary of Foreign Affairs. Surely you are familiar with the Charter of the Federated Nations." I had skimmed it. "Reasonably familiar," I said. Cautiously, I thought. "Then you know that the first freedom guaranteed by the Charter and its current application through F&A Control Board Administrative Order Number 1176, dated 3 March of this year. You concede, therefore, that all grain grown on the Moon in excess of the local ration is ab initio and beyond contest the property of all, title held in trust by the Federated Nations through its agencies for distribution as needed." He was writing as he talked. "Have you anything to add to that concession?" I said, "What in Bog's name you talking about?" Then, "Come back, I haven't conceded anything." So, great New York Times printed, "Lunar Undersecretary says food belongs to Hungary." New York today. O'Kelly Davis, soi-disant colonel of the Armed Forces of Free Luna, here on a junket to stir up support for the insurgents in the FN lunar colonies, said in a voluntary statement to this paper that the freedom from hunger clause in the Grand Charter applied to the lunar grain shipments. I asked Prof how should have handled. "Always answer an unfriendly question with another question," he told me. "Never ask him to clarify. He'll put words in your mouth. This reporter, was he skinny? Ribs showing?" "No, heavy set." Not living on 1,800 calories a day, I take it, which is the subject of that order he cited. Had you known, you could have asked him how long he had conformed to the ration, and why he quit. Or asked him what he had for breakfast, and then looked unbelieving no matter what he answered. Or, when you don't know what a man is getting at, let your counter-question shift the subject to something you do want to talk about. Then, no matter what he answers, make your point and call on someone else. Logic does not enter into it, just tactics. Prof, nobody here is living on 1,800 calories a day. Bombay, maybe. Not here. Less than that in Bombay. Manuel, that equal ration is a fiction. Half the food on this planet is in the black market, or is not reckoned through one ruling or another. Or they keep two sets of books, and figures submitted to the FN have nothing to do with the economy. Do you think that grain from Thailand and Burma and Australia is correctly reported to the Control Board by Great China? I'm sure that the India representative on that food board doesn't. But India keeps quiet because she gets the lion's share from Luna, and then plays politics with hunger, a phrase you may remember, by using our grain to control her elections. Kerala had a planned famine last year. Did you see it in the news? No. Because it wasn't in the news. A managed democracy is a wonderful thing, Manuel, for the managers, and its greatest strength is a free press, when free is defined as responsible, and the managers define what is irresponsible. Do you know what Luna needs most? More ice. A news system that does not bottleneck through one channel. Our friend Mike is our greatest danger. Huh? Don't you trust Mike? Manuel, on some subjects I don't trust even myself. Limiting the freedom of news just a little bit is in the same category with the classic example, a little bit pregnant. We are not yet free, nor will we be as long as anyone, even our ally Mike, controls our news. Someday I hope to own a newspaper independent of any source or channel. I would happily set print by hand, like Benjamin Franklin. I gave up. Prof, suppose these talks fail and grain shipments stop. What happens? People back home will be vexed with us, and many here on Terra would die. Have you read Malthus? Don't think so. Many would die. Then a new stability would be reached with somewhat more people, more efficient people, and better fed. This planet isn't crowded. It is just mismanaged. And the unkindest thing you can do for a hungry man is to give him food. Give. Read Malthus. It is never safe to laugh at Dr. Malthus. He always has the last laugh. A depressing man. I'm glad he's dead. But don't read him until this is over. Too many facts hamper a diplomat, especially an honest one. I'm not especially honest. But you have no talent for dishonesty, so your refuge must be ignorance and stubbornness. You have the latter. Try to preserve the former. For the nonce, lad, Uncle Bernardo is terribly tired. I said, sorry, and wheeled out of his room. Prof was hitting too hard a pace. I would have been willing to quit if would ensure his getting into a ship and out of that gravity. But traffic stayed one way. Grain barges, not else. But Prof had fun. As I left and waved lights out, noticed again a toy he had bought, one that delighted him like a kid on Christmas. A brass cannon. A real one from sailing ship days. Was small, barrel about half a meter long, and massing with wood and carriage only kilos 15. A signal gun, its paper said. Reeked of ancient history. Pirates, men walking plank. A pretty thing, but I asked Prof why. If we ever managed to leave, price to lift that mast to Luna would hurt. I was resigned to abandoning a pea suit with years more wear in it. Abandon everything but 2 left arms and a pair of shorts. If pressed, might give up social arm. If very pressed, would skip shorts. He reached out and stroked shiny barrel. Manuel, once there was a man who held a political make-work job, like so many here in this directorate, shining brass cannon around a courthouse. Why would courthouse have cannon? Never mind. He did this for years. It fed him and let him save a bit. But he was not getting ahead in the world. So one day he quit his job, drew out his savings, bought a brass cannon, and went into business for himself. Sounds like idiot. No doubt, and so were we when we tossed out the warden. Manuel, you'll outlive me. When Luna adopts a flag, I would like it to be a cannon, or on field sable, crossed by bars sinister, gules of our proudly ignoble lineage. Do you think it could be managed? Suppose so, if you'll sketch. But why a flag, not a flagpole in all Luna? It can fly in our hearts, a symbol for all fools so ridiculously impractical as to think they can fight City Hall. Will you remember, Manuel? Sure. That is, we'll remind you when time comes. Didn't like such talk. He had started using oxygen tent in private, but would not use in public. Guess I'm ignorant and stubborn. Was both in place called Lexington, Kentucky, in central managerial area. One thing no doctrine about, no memorized answers, was life in Luna. Prof said to tell truth and emphasize homely, warm, friendly things, especially anything different. Remember, Manuel, the thousands of Terrans who have made short visits to Luna are only a tiny fraction of 1%. To most people we will be as weirdly interesting as strange animals in a zoo. Do you remember that turtle on exhibition in Old Dome? That's us. Certainly did. They wore that insect out staring at. So when this male-female team started quizzing about family life in Luna, was happy to answer. I treated it only by what I left out. Things that aren't family life, but poor substitutes in a community overloaded with males. Luna City is homes and families mainly. Dull by Terra standards, but I like it. Another warns much same. People who work and raise kids and gossip and find most of their fun around dinner table. Not much to tell, so I discussed anything they found interesting. Every Luna custom comes from Terra, since that's where we all came from. But Terra is such a big place that a custom from Micronesia, say, may be strange in North America. This woman, can't call her lady, wanted to know about various sorts of marriage. First, was it true that one could get married without a license on Luna? I asked what a marriage license was. Her companion said, "Skip it, Mildred. Pioneer societies never had marriage licenses." "But don't you keep records?" she persisted. "Certainly," I agreed. "My family keeps a family book that goes back almost to first landing at Johnson City. Every marriage, birth, death, every event of importance not only in direct line, but all branches so far as we can keep track. And besides, he's a man, a schoolteacher, going around copying old family records all over our warren, writing a history of Luna City. A hobby."
"But don't you have official records? Here in Kentucky, we have records that go back hundreds of years."
"Madam, we haven't lived there that long."
"Yes, but, well, Luna City must have a city clerk. Perhaps you call him county recorder, the official who keeps track of such things, deeds and so forth."
I said, "Don't think so, madam. Some bookies do notary work, witnessing chops on contracts, keeping records of them. It's for people who don't read and write and can't keep old records. But never heard of one asked to keep record of marriage. Not saying couldn't happen, but haven't heard."
How delightfully informal. Then this other rumor about how simple it is to get a divorce on the moon, I dare say that's true too?
No, madam. Wouldn't say divorce is simple. Too much to untangle. Take a simple example. One lady, and say she has 2 husbands.
Two?
Might have more, might have just one. Or might have complex marriage. But let's take one lady and 2 men as typical. She decides to divorce one. Say it's friendly, with the other husband agreeing and one she is getting rid of not making fuss. Not that it would do him any good. Okay, she divorces him. He lives. Still lives endless things. Men might be business partners. Co-husbands often are. Divorce may break up partnership. Money matters to settle. These 3 may own cubic together. And while will be in her name, ex-husband probably has cash coming, or rent. And almost always are children to consider. Support and so forth. Many things. No, madam, divorce is never simple. Can divorce him in 10 seconds, but may take 10 years to straighten out loose ends. Isn't it much that way here?
Just forget I ever asked that question, Colonel. It may be simpler here.
She did talk that way, but was understandable once I got program. Won't spell it again.
But if that is a simple marriage, what is a complex one?
Found self-explaining polyandries, clans, groups, lines, and less common patterns considered vulgar by conservative people such as my own family. Deal my mother set up, say, after she ticked off my old man. Though didn't describe that one. Mother was always too extreme. Woman said,
You have me confused. What is the difference between a line and a clan?
Quite different. Take own case. I have honor to be member of one of the oldest line marriages in Luna, and in my prejudiced opinion, best. You asked about divorce. Our family has never had one, and will bet long odds never will. A line marriage increases in stability year after year, gains practice in art of getting along together, until notion of anybody leaving is unthinkable. Besides, takes a unanimous decision of all wives to divorce a husband. Could never happen. Senior wife would never let it get that far. Went on describing advantages. Financial security, fine home life it gives children, fact that death of a spouse, while tragic, could never be tragedy it was in a temporary family, especially for children. Children simply could not be orphaned. Suppose I wax too enthusiastic, but my family is most important thing in my life. Without them, I'm just one-armed mechanic who could be eliminated without causing a draft. Here's why he's stable, I said. Take my youngest wife, 16, likely to be in her 80s before his senior wife. Doesn't mean all wives senior to her will die by then. Unlikely in Luna. Females seem to be immortal. But may all opt out of family management by then. By our family traditions, they usually do, without younger wives putting pressure on them. So Ludmilla, Russki name, from fairy tale, Milla will have over 50 years of good example before has to carry burden. She's sensible to start with, not likely to make mistakes, and if did, has other wives to steady her. Self-correcting, like a machine with proper negative feedback. A good line marriage is immortal. Expect mine to outlast me at least 1,000 years. And is why shan't mine die when time comes. Best part of me will go on living. Prof was being wheeled out. He had them stop stretcher cart and listen. I turned to him. Professor, I said, you know my family. Would mind telling this lady why it's a happy family, if you think so? It is, agreed Prof. However, I would rather make a more general remark. Dear madam, I gather you find our lunar marriage custom somewhat exotic.
Oh, I wouldn't go that far,
she said hastily.
Just somewhat unusual.
They arise, as marriage customs always do, from economic necessities of the circumstances. And our circumstances are very different from those here on earth. Take the line type of marriage which my colleague has been praising. And justifiably, I assure you, despite his personal bias, I am a bachelor and have no bias. Line marriage is the strongest possible device for conserving capital and ensuring the welfare of children, the two basic societal functions for marriage everywhere, in an environment in which there is no security, neither for capital nor for children, other than that devised by individuals. Somehow human beings always cope with their environments. Line marriage is a remarkably successful invention to that end. All other lunar forms of marriage serve that same purpose, though not as well. He said good night and left. I had with me, always, a picture of my family, newest one, our wedding with Wyoming. Brides are at their prettiest, and Wyo was radiant. And rest of us looked handsome and happy, with Grandpa tall and proud, and not showing failing faculties. But was disappointed. They looked at it oddly. But Matthews, name was, said, "Can you spare this picture, Colonel?" Winced. "Only copy I have, and a long way from home." "For a moment, I mean. Let me have it photographed, right here. It need never leave your hands." Oh, certainly. Not a good picture of me, but his face I have, and did Wyo justice, and they just don't come prettier than Lenore. So he photographed it, and next morning they did come right into our hotel suite and woke me before time and did arrest me and take me away, wheelchair and all, and did lock me in a cell with bars for bigamy, for polygamy, for open immorality, and publicly inciting others to same. Was glad Mum couldn't see. 19. Took Stu all day to get case transferred to an FN court and dismissed. His lawyers asked to have it tossed out on diplomatic immunity, but FN judges did not fall into trap, merely noted that alleged offenses had taken place outside jurisdiction of lower court, except alleged inciting, concerning which they found insufficient evidence. Aren't any FN laws covering marriage? Can't be. Just a rule about each nation required to give full faith and credence to marriage customs of other member nations. Out of those 11 billion people, perhaps 7 billion lived where polygamy is legal. And Stu's opinion manipulators played up persecution. It gained us sympathy from people who otherwise would never have heard of us. Even gained it in North America and other places where polygamy is not legal, from people who believed in live and let live. All good, because always problem was to be noticed. To most of those bee-swarm billions, Luna was nothing. A rebellion hadn't been noticed. Stu's operators had gone to much thought to plan setup to get me arrested. Was not told until weeks later after time to cool off and see benefits. Took a stupid judge, a dishonest sheriff, and barbaric local prejudice, which I triggered with that sweet picture, for Stu admitted later that range of color in Davis' family was what got Judge angry enough to be foolish even beyond native talent for nonsense. My one consolation, that Mum could not see my disgrace, turned out mistaken. Pictures, taken through bars and showing grim face, were in every Luna paper, and write-ups used nastiest, earth-side stories, not larger number that deployed injustice. But should have had more faith in Mimi. She wasn't ashamed. Simply wanted to go Earthside and rip some people to pieces. While helped Earthside, greatest good was in Luna. Lunas became more unified over this silly ho-ho than had ever been before. They took it personally, and Adam Celine and Simon Jester pushed it. Lunas are easygoing, except on one subject: women. Every lady felt insulted by Terran news stories. Some male Lunas who had ignored politics suddenly discovered I was their boy. Spinox, all lags feel superior to those not transported. Later found self greeted by ex-cons with, "Hi, jailbird." A lodge greeting. I was accepted. But saw nothing good about it then. Pushed around, treated like cattle, fingerprinted, photographed, given food we wouldn't offer hogs, exposed to endless indignity, and only that heavy field kept me from trying to kill somebody. Had I been wearing number 6 arm when grabbed, might have tried. But steadied down once I was freed. Hour later we were on way to Agra. Had at last been summoned by committee. Felt good to be back en suite in Maharaja's palace, but 11-hour zone change in less than 3 did not permit rest. We went to hearing bleary-eyed and held together by drugs. Hearing, was one-sided. We listened while chairman talked. Talked an hour. I'll summarize. Our preposterous claims were rejected. Lunar Authority's sacred trust could not be abandoned. Disorders on Earth's moon could not be tolerated. Moreover, recent disorders showed that authority had been too lenient. Omission was now to be corrected by an activist program, a 5-year plan in which all phases of life in authority's trusteeship would be overhauled. A code of laws was being drafted. Civil and criminal courts would be instituted for benefit of client employees, which meant all persons in trust area, not just consignees with uncompleted sentences. Public schools would be established, plus indoctrinal adult schools for client employees in need of same. An economic, engineering, and agricultural planning board would be created to provide fullest and most efficient use of Moon's resources and labor of client employees. An interim goal of quadrupling grain shipments in 5 years had been adopted as a figure easily obtainable once scientific planning of resources and labor was in effect. First phase would be to withdraw client employees from occupations found not to be productive, and put them to drilling a vast new system of farm tunnels in order that hydroponics would commence in them not later than March 2078. These new giant farms would be operated by Lunar Authority, scientifically, and not left to whims of private owners. It was contemplated that this system would, by end of 5-year plan, produce entire new grain quota. In meantime, client employees producing grain privately would be allowed to continue, but they would be absorbed into new system as their less efficient methods were no longer needed. Chairman looked up from papers. In short, the lunar colonies are going to be civilized and brought into managerial coordination with the rest of civilization. Distasteful as this task has been, I feel, speaking as a citizen rather than as a chairman of this committee, I feel that we owe you thanks for bringing to our attention a situation so badly in need of correction. Was ready to burn his ears off. Client employees? What a fancy way to say slaves. But Prof. said tranquilly, I find the proposed plans most interesting. Is one permitted to ask questions, purely for information? For information, yes. North American member leaned forward. But don't assume that we are going to take any backtalk from you cavemen. So mind your manners. You aren't in the clear on this, you know. Order, Chairman said. Proceed, Professor. This term, client-employee, I find intriguing. Can it be stipulated that the majority of inhabitants of Earth's major satellite are not undischarged consignees, but free individuals? Certainly, Chairman agreed blandly. All legal aspects of the new policy have been studied. With minor exceptions, some 91% of the colonists have citizenship, original or derived, in various member nations of the Federated Nations. Those who wish to return to their home countries have a right to do so. You will be pleased to learn that the authority is considering a plan under which loans for transportation can be arranged, probably under supervision of International Red Cross and Crescent. I might add that I myself am heartily backing this plan, as it renders nonsensical any talk about slave labor. He smiled smugly. I see, agreed Prof. Most humane. Has the committee, or the authority, pondered the fact that most, effectively all, I should say, considered the fact that inhabitants of Luna are physically unable to live on this planet? That they have undergone involuntary permanent exile through irreversible physiological changes, and can never again live in comfort and health in a gravitational field 6 times greater than that to which their bodies have become adjusted? Scoundrel pursed his lips, as if considering totally new idea. Speaking again for myself, I would not be prepared to stipulate that what you say is necessarily true. It might be true of some, might not be others. People will vary widely. Your presence here proves that it is not impossible for a lunar inhabitant to return to Earth. In any case, we have no intention of forcing anyone to return. We hope that they will choose to stay, and we hope to encourage others to emigrate to the moon. But these are individual choices, under the freedoms guaranteed by the Great Charter. But as to this alleged physiological phenomenon, it is not a legal matter. If anyone deems it prudent, or thinks he would be happier to stay on the moon, that's his privilege. I see, sir. We are free to remain in Luna and work, at tasks and for wages set by you, or free to return to Earth and die. Chairman shrugged. You assume that we are villains. We're not. Why, if I were a young man, I would emigrate to the moon myself. Great opportunities. In any case, I am not troubled by your distortions. History will justify us. Was surprised at Prof. He was not fighting. Worried about him. Weeks of strain and a bad night on top. All he said was, Honorable Chairman, I assume that shipping to Luna will soon be resumed. Can passage be arranged for my colleague and myself in the first ship? For I must admit, sir, that this gravitational weakness of which I spoke is, in our cases, very real. Our mission is completed. We need to go home. Not a word about grain barges, nor about throwing rocks, nor even futilely of beating a cow. Proof just sounded tired. Chairman leaned forward and spoke with grim satisfaction. Professor, that presents difficulties. To put it bluntly, you appear to be guilty of treason against the Great Charter, indeed, against all humanity, and an indictment is being considered. I doubt if anything more than a suspended sentence would be invoked against a man of your age and physical condition, however. Do you think it would be prudent of us to give you passage back to the place where you committed these acts, there to stir up more mischief? Prof sighed. I understand your point. Then, sir, may I be excused? I am weary. Certainly. Hold yourself at the disposal of this committee. The hearing stands adjourned. Colonel Davis. Sir? I was directing wheelchair around to get Prof out at once. Our attendants had been sent outside. A word with you, please, in my office. Looked at Prof. Eyes were closed and seemed unconscious. But he moved one finger, motioning me to him. Honorable Chairman, I am more nurse than diplomat. Have to look after him. He's an old man. He's ill. The attendants will take care of him. Well, got as close to Prof as I could from chair. Leaned over him. Prof, are you right? He barely whispered. See what he wants. Agree with him. But stall. Moments later was alone with Chairman. Soundproof door locked. Meant nothing. Room could have a dozen ears, plus one in my left arm. He said, A drink? Coffee? I answered, No thank you, sir. Have to watch my diet here. Oh, I suppose so. Are you really limited to that chair? You look healthy. I said, I could, if had to, get up and walk across room. Might faint, or worse. Prefer not to risk. Weigh 6 times what I should. Heart's not used to it.
I suppose so. Colonel, I hear you had some silly trouble in North America. I'm sorry, I truly am. Barbaric place. Always hate to have to go there. I suppose you're wondering why I wanted to see you.
No, sir. Assume you'll tell me when suits you. Instead, was wondering why you still call me Colonel. He gave a barking laugh.
Ha! Habit, I suppose. A lifetime of protocol. Yet it might be well for you to continue with that title. Tell me, what do you think of our 5-year plan?
Thought it stunk.
Seems to have been carefully thought out. Much thought went into it, Colonel. You seem to be a sensible man. I know you are. I know not only your background, but practically every word you've spoken. Almost your thoughts, ever since you set foot on Earth. You were born on the moon. Do you regard yourself as a patriot of the moon?
Suppose so. Though tend to think of what we did just as something that had to be done.
Between ourselves, yes. That old fool Hobart. Colonel, that is a good plan, but lacks an executive. If you are really a patriot, or let's say a practical man with your country's best interests at heart, you might be the man to carry it out. He held up hand. Don't be hasty. I'm not asking you to sell out, turn traitor, or any nonsense like that. This is your chance to be a real patriot, not some phony hero who gets himself killed in a lost cause. Put it this way. Do you think it is possible for the lunar colonies to hold out against all the force that the Federated Nations of Earth can bring to bear? You're not really a military man, I know, and I'm glad you're not. But you are a technical man, and I know that too. In your honest estimation, how many ships and bombs do you think it would take to destroy the lunar colonies?
I answered, 1 ship, 6 bombs.
Correct. My God, it's good to talk to a sensible man. 2 of them would have to be awfully big, perhaps specially built. A few people would stay alive for a while, in smaller warrens beyond the blast areas, but 1 ship would do it, in 10 minutes.
I said, conceded, sir, but Professor de la Paz pointed out that you don't get milk by beating a cow, and certainly can't by shooting it.
Why do you think we've held back? Done nothing for over a month. That idiot colleague of mine, I won't name him, spoke of back talk. Back talk doesn't fret me. It's just talk, and I'm interested in results. No, my dear Colonel, we won't shoot the cow, but we would, if forced to, let the cow know that it could be shot. H-missiles are expensive toys, but we could afford to expend some as warning shots, wasted on bare rock to let the cow know what could happen. But that is more force than one likes to use. It might frighten the cow and sour its milk.
He gave another barking laugh.
Ha! Better to persuade old Bossy to give down willingly.
I waited.
Don't you want to know how?
He asked. How? I agreed.
Through you. Don't say a word and let me explain.
He took me up on that high mountain and offered me kingdoms of Earth, or of Luna. Take job of protector pro tem, with understanding was mine permanently if I could deliver. Convince loonies they could not win. Convince them that this new setup was to their advantage. Emphasize benefits. Free schools, free hospitals, free this and that. Details later, but an everywhere government just like on Terra. Taxes starting low and handled painlessly by automatic checkoff and through kickback revenues from grain shipments. But, most important, this time authority would not send a boy to do a man's job. 2 regiments of police at once.
Those damned peace dragoons were a mistake, he said. One we won't make again. Between ourselves, the reason it has taken us a month to work this out is that we had to convince the Peace Control Commission that a handful of men could not police 3 million people spread through 6 largish warrens and 50 and more small ones. So you'll start with enough police. Not combat troops, but military police,
used to quelling civilians with a minimum of fuss. Besides that, this time they'll have female auxiliaries, a standard 10%. No more rape complaints. Well, sir, think you can swing it, knowing it's best in the long run for your own people?" I said I ought to study it in detail, particularly plans and quotas for 5-year plan, rather than make snap decision. "Certainly, certainly," he agreed. "I'll give you a copy of the white paper we've made up. Take it home, study it, sleep on it. Tomorrow we'll talk again. Just give me your word as a gentleman to keep it under your hair. No secret, really, but these things are best settled before they are publicized. Speaking of publicity, you'll need help, and you'll get it. We'll go to the expense of sending up top-notch men, pay them what it's worth, have them centrifuge the way those scientists do, you know. This time we're doing it right. That fool Hobart, he's actually dead, isn't he?" "No, sir. Senile, however." Should have killed him. Here's your copy of the plan." "Sir, speaking of old men, Professor de la Paz can't stay here. Won't leave 6 months." "That's best, isn't it?" I tried to answer levelly. "You don't understand. He is greatly loved and respected. Best thing would be for me to convince him that you mean business with those H-missiles, and that it is his patriotic duty to salvage what we can. But either way, if I return without him, well, not only could not swing it, wouldn't live long enough to try." Sleep on it. We'll talk tomorrow, say 14 o'clock. I left, and as soon as was loaded into lorry, gave way to shakes. Just don't have high-level approach. Stu was waiting with Prof. "Well?" said Prof. I glanced around, tapped ear. We huddled, heads over Prof's head and 2 blankets over us all. Stretcher wagon was clean, and so was my chair. I checked them each morning. But for room itself seemed safer to whisper under blankets. Started in. Prof stopped me. "Discuss his ancestry and habits later. The facts." He offered me job of warden. "I trust you accepted." 90%. I'm to study this garbage and give answer tomorrow. "Stu, how fast can we execute Plan Scoot?" "Started. We were waiting for you to return. If they let you return." Next 50 minutes were busy. Stu produced a gaunt Hindu in a dhoti. In 30 minutes he was a twin of Prof, and Stu lifted Prof off wagon onto a divan. Duplicating me was easier. Our doubles were wheeled into Sweet's living room just at dusk, and dinner was brought in. Several people came and went, among them elderly Hindu woman in sari, on arm of Stuart Lejoie. A plump babu followed them. Getting Prof up steps to roof was worst. He had never worn power walkers, had no chance to practice, and had been flat on back for more than a month. But Stu's arm kept him steady. I gritted teeth and climbed those 13 terrible steps by myself. By the time I reached roof, heart was ready to burst. Was put to it not to black out. A silent little flitter craft came out of gloom right on schedule, and 10 minutes later, we were in chartered ship we had used past month. 2 minutes after that, we jetted for Australia. Don't know what it cost to prepare this dance and keep it ready against need, but was no hitch. Stretched out by Prof and caught breath, then said, "How you feel, Prof?" "Okay, a bit tired, frustrated." "Jada frustrated." "Over not seeing the Taj Mahal, I mean. I never had opportunity as a young man, and here I've been within a kilometer of it twice, once for several days, now for another day. And still I haven't seen it, and never shall." Just a tomb. And Helen of Troy was just a woman. Sleep, lad. We landed in Chinese half of Australia, place called Darwin, and were carried straight into a ship, placed in acceleration couches and dosed. Prof was already out, and I was beginning to feel dopey when Stu came in, grinning, and strapped down by us. I looked at him. You too? Who's minding shop? The same people who've been doing the real work all along. It's a good setup, and doesn't need me any longer. Manny cubber. I did not want to be marooned a long way from home. Luna, I mean, in case you have doubts. This looks like the last train from Shanghai. What's Shanghai got to do with? Ha! Forget I mentioned it. Manny, I'm flat broke. Concave. I owe money in all directions. Debts that will be paid only if certain stocks move the way Adam Celine convinced me they would move shortly after this point in history. And I'm wanted, or will be, for offenses against the public peace and dignity. Put it this way, I'm saving them the trouble of transporting me. Do you think I can learn to be a drillman at my age? Was feeling foggy, drug taking hold. Stu, in Luna, you aren't old. Barely started. Anyway, eat our table forever. Mimi likes you. Thanks, Caber. I might. Up, warning lads. Deep breath. Suddenly was kicked by 10G. 20. Our craft was a ground-to-orbit ferry type used for manned satellites, for supplying FN ships in patrol orbit, and for passengers too, and from pleasure and gambling satellites. She was carrying 3 passengers instead of 40. No cargo except 3 pea suits and a brass cannon. Yes, silly toy was along. Pea suits and Prof's Bang Bang were in Australia a week before we were. And good ship Lark had been stripped. Total crew was skipper and a cyborg pilot. She was heavily overfueled. We made, was told, normal approach on Elysium satellite, then suddenly scooted from orbital speed to escape speed, a change even more violent than liftoff. This was scanned by FN Skytrack. We were commanded to stop and explain. I got this second hand from Stu. Self still recovering and enjoying the luxury of no G with one strap to anchor. Prof was still out. So they want to know who we are and what we think we are doing, Stu told me. We tell them that we are Chinese Registry Skywagon Opening Lotus bound on an errand of mercy, to wit, rescuing the scientists marooned on the moon, and give our identification as Opening Lotus. How about transponder? Money! If I got what I paid for, our transponder identified us as the Lark up to 10 minutes ago. And now has ID'd us as the Lotus. Soon we will know. Just one ship is in position to get a missile off, and it must blast us in, He stopped to look. Another 27 minutes, according to the wired-up gentleman booting this bucket. Or its chances of getting us are poor to 0. So if it worries you, if you have prayers to say, or messages to send, or whatever it is one does at such times, now is the time. Think we ought to rouse Prof? Let him sleep. Can you think of a better way to make the jump than from peaceful sleep instantaneously into a cloud of radiant gas? Unless you know that he has religious necessities to attend to, he never struck me as a religious man, orthodoctrinally speaking. He's not, but if you have such duties, don't let me keep you. Thank you. I took care of what seemed necessary before we left ground. How about yourself, Manny? I'm not much of a padre, but I'll do my best if I can help. Any sins on your mind, old cubber? If you need to confess, I know quite a little about sin. Told him my needs did not run that way. Then did recall sins. Some I cherished, and gave him a version more or less true, that reminded him of some of his own, which reminded me. 0 time came and went before we ran out of sins. Stu Lejoie is a good person to spend last minutes with, even if don't turn out to be last. We had 2 days with naught to do but undergo drastic routines to keep us from carrying up-teen plagues to Luna, but didn't mind shaking from induced chills and burning with fever. Freefall was such a relief and was so happy to be going home. or almost happy. Prof asked what was troubling me. Nothing, I said. Can't wait to be home, but truth is ashamed to show face after we failed. Prof, what did we do wrong? Failed, my boy? Don't see what else can call it. Asked to be recognized? Not what we got. Manuel, I owe you an apology. You will recall Adam Celine's projection of our chances just before we left home? Stu was not in earshot, but Mike was word we never used. Was always Adam Celine for security. Certainly do. 1 in 53. Then when we reached Earthside, dropped to reeking 1 in 100. What do you guess it is now? 1 in 1,000? I've had new projections every few days, which is why I owe you an apology. The last, received just before we left, included the then untested assumption that we would escape, get clear of Terra, and home safely, or that at least one of us 3 would make it, which is why Comrade Stu was summoned home, he having a Terran's tolerance of high acceleration. 8 projections, in fact, ranging from 3 of us dead, through various combinations up to 3 surviving. Would you care to stake a few dollars on what that last projection is? Setting a bracket and naming your own odds? I'll give a hint. You are far too pessimistic. No, damn it, just tell. The odds against us are now only 17 to 1, and they've been shortening all month, which I couldn't tell you. Was amazed, delighted, overjoyed, hurt. What do you mean, couldn't tell me? Look, Prof, if not trusted, deal me out and put Stu in executive cell. Please, son. That's where he will go if anything happens to any of us. You, me, or dear Wyoming. I could not tell you Earthside, and can tell you now, not because you aren't trusted, but because you are no actor. You could carry out your role more effectively if you believed that our purpose was to achieve recognition of independence. Now he tells. Manuel, we had to fight hard every instant, and lose. So, am big enough boy to be told? Please, Manuel. Keeping you temporarily in the dark greatly enhanced our chances. You can check this with Adam. May I add that Stewart accepted his summons to Luna blithely, without asking why? Comrade, that committee was too small. Its chairman, too intelligent. There was always the hazard that they might offer an acceptable compromise. That first day, there was grave danger of it. Had we been able to force our case before the Grand Assembly, there would have been no danger of intelligent action. But we balked. The best I could do was to antagonize the committee, even stooping to personal insult to make certain of at least one holdout against common sense. Guess I never will understand high-level approach. Possibly not, but your talents and mine complement each other. And, well, you wish to see Luna free. You know I do. You also know that Terra can defeat us. Sure. No projection ever gave anything close to even money. So don't see why you set out to antagonize. Please. Since they can inflict their will on us, our only chance lies in weakening their will. That was why we had to go to Terra, to be divisive, to create many opinions. The shrewdest of the great generals in China's history once said that perfection in war lay in so sapping the opponent's will that he surrenders without fighting. In that maxim lies both our ultimate purpose and our most pressing danger. Suppose, as seemed possible that first day, we had been offered an inviting compromise, a governor in place of a warden, possibly from our own number, local autonomy, a delegate in the Grand Assembly, a higher price for grain at the catapult head, plus a bonus for increased shipments, a disavowal of Hobart's policies combined with an expression of regret over the rape and the killings with handsome cash settlements to the victims' survivors. Would it have been accepted back home? They did not offer that. The chairman was ready to offer something like it that first afternoon, and at that time he had his committee in hand. He offered us an asking price, close enough to permit such a dicker. Assume that we reached in substance what I outlined. Would it have been acceptable at home? Maybe. More than maybe, by the bleak projection made just before we left home. It was the thing to be avoided at any cost, a settlement which would quiet things down, destroy our will to resist, without changing any essential in the longer-range prediction of disaster. So I switched the subject and squelched the possibility by being difficult about irrelevancies and politely offensive. Manuel, you and I know, and Adam knows, that there must be an end to food shipments. Nothing less will save Luna from disaster. But can you imagine a wheat farmer fighting to end those shipments? No. Wonder if can pick up news from home on how they're taking stoppage. There won't be any. Here is how Adam has timed it, Manuel. No announcement is to be made on either planet until after we get home. We are still buying wheat. Barges are still arriving at Bombay. You told them shipments would stop at once. That was a threat, not a moral commitment. A few more loads won't matter, and we need time. We don't have everyone on our side. We have only a minority. There is a majority who don't care either way, but can be swayed temporarily. We have another minority against us, especially grain farmers, whose interest is never politics but the price of wheat. They are grumbling but accepting scrip, hoping it will be worth face value later. But the instant we announce that shipments have stopped, they will be actively against us. Adam plans to have the majority committed to us at the time the announcement is made. How long? 1 year? 2? 2 days, 3 days, perhaps 4. Carefully edited excerpts from that 5-year plan. Excerpts from the recordings you've made, especially that yellow dog offer. Exploitation of your arrest in Kentucky. Hey, I'd rather forget that. Prof smiled and cocked an eyebrow. I said uncomfortably. Okay, if will help. It will help more than any statistics about natural resources. Wired-up ex-human piloting us went in as one maneuver without bothering to orbit, and gave us even heavier beating. Ship was light and lively. But change in motion is under 2.5 kilometers. Was over in 19 seconds, and we were down at Johnson City. I took it right, just a terrible constriction in chest, and a feeling as if giant was squeezing heart. Then was over, and I was gasping back to normal, and glad to be proper weight. But did almost kill poor old Prof. Mike told me later that pilot refused to surrender control. Mike would have brought ship down in a low-G, no-break-em egg, knowing Prof was aboard. But perhaps that cyborg knew what he was doing. A low-G landing wastes mass, and Lotus Lark grounded almost dry. None of which we cared about, as looked as if that garrison landing had wasted Prof. Stu saw it while I was still gasping. Then we were both at him. Heart stimulant, manual respiration, massage. At last he fluttered eyelids, looked at us, smiled. Home, he whispered. We made him rest 20 minutes before we let him suit up to leave ship. Had been as near dead as can be and not hear angels. Skipper was filling tanks, anxious to get rid of us and take on passengers. That Dutchman never spoke to us whole trip. Think he regretted letting money talk him into a trip that could ruin or kill him. By then, Wyatt was inside ship, pea-suited to come meet us. Don't think Stu had ever seen her in a pea-suit, and certainly he had never seen her as a blonde. Did not recognize. I was hugging her in spite of pea-suit. He was standing by, waiting to be introduced. Then strange man in pea-suit hugged him. He was surprised. Heard Wyo's muffled voice. Oh, heavens! Manny, my helmet! I unclamped it, lifted off. She shook curls and grinned.
Stu, aren't you glad to see me? Don't you know me?
A grin spread over his face, slowly, as dawn crossed Marya. Здравствуйте, госпожа. I am most happy to see you.
Госпожа, indeed. I'm Wyo to you, dear, always. Didn't Manny tell you I'd gone back to blonde?
Yes, he did. But knowing it and seeing are not the same.
You'll get used to it.
She stopped to bend over Prof, kiss him, giggle at him, then straightened up and gave me a no-helmet welcome home that left us both with tears despite pesky suit. Then turned again to Stu, started to kiss him. He held back a little. She stopped.
Stu, am I going to have to put on brown makeup to welcome you?
Stu glanced at me, then kissed her. Wyo put in as much time and thought as she had to welcoming me. Was later I figured out his odd behavior. Stu, despite commitment, was still not a loony, and in meantime Wyo had married. What's that got to do with it? Well, Earthside it makes a difference, and Stu did not know how deep down in bones that a loony lady is own mistress. Poor chum thought I might take offense. We got Prof into suit, ourselves same, and left, me with cannon under arm. Once on the ground and locked through, we unsuited, and I was flattered to see that Wyo was wearing, crushed under pea-suit, that red dress I bought her ages ago. She brushed it, and skirt flared out. Immigration room was empty save for about 40 men lined up a long wall like new transportees. Were wearing pea-suits and carrying helmets. Terrans going home, stranded tourists and some scientists. Their pea-suits would not go. They would be unloaded before lift. I looked at them, and thought about Cyborg Pilot. When Lark had been stripped, all but 3 couches had been removed. These people were going to take acceleration lying on floor plates. If Skipper was not careful, he was going to have mashed Terrans à blut. Mentioned to Stu. Forget it, he said. Captain Lores has foam pads aboard. He wouldn't let them be hurt. They're his life insurance. 21. My family, all 30-odd from grandpa to babies, was waiting beyond next lock on level below. And we got cried on and slobbered on and hugged, and this time Stu did not hold back. Little Hazel made ceremony of kissing us. She had liberty caps, set one on each, then kissed us. And at that signal, whole family put on liberty caps. And I got sudden tears. Perhaps is what patriotism feels like, choked up and so happy it hurts. Or maybe it was just being with my beloveds again. Where's Slim? I asked Hazel. Wasn't he invited?
Couldn't come. He's junior marshal of your reception.
Reception? This is all we want.
You'll see.
Did. Good thing family came out to meet us. That and ride to El City, fill the capsule, were all I saw of them for some time. Tube Station West was a howling mob, all in liberty caps. We 3 were carried on shoulders all the way to Old Dome, surrounded by a Stilyagi bodyguard, elbows locked to force through cheering, singing crowds. Boys were wearing red caps and white shirts, and their girls wore white jumpers and red shorts color of caps. At station, and again when they put us down in Old Dome, I got kissed by femmes I have never seen before, or since. Remember hoping that measures we had taken in lieu of quarantine were effective, or half of El City would be down with colds, or worse. Apparently we were clean, was no epidemic, but I remember time was quite small, when measles got loose, and thousands died. Worried about Prof, too. Reception was too rough for a man good as dead an hour earlier. But he not only enjoyed it, he made a wonderful speech in Old Dome. One, short on logic, loaded with ringing phrases. Love was in it, and home, and Luna, and comrades and neighbors, and shoulder to shoulder, and all sounded good. They had erected a platform under big news video on south face. Adam Celine greeted us from video screen, and now Prof's face and voice were projected from it, much magnified, over his head. Did not have to shout, but did have to pause after every sentence. Crowd roars drowned out even bull voice from screen, and no doubt pauses helped, as rest. But Prof no longer seemed old, tired, ill. Being back inside the rock seemed to be tonic he needed. And me too. Was wonderful to be right weight, feel strong, breathe pure, replenished air of own city. No mean city. Impossible to get all of El City inside Old Dome, but it looked as if they tried. I estimated an area 10 meters square, tried to count heads, got over 200, not half through, and gave up. Lunatic place crowded 30,000. Seems impossible. Prof's words reached more nearly 3 million. Video carried scene to those who could not crowd into Old Dome. Cable and relay flashed it across Lunaria to all Warrens. He grabbed chance to tell of slave future authority plan for them. Waved that white paper. "Here it is," he cried. "Your fetters, your leg irons. Will you wear them?" "No!" "They say you must. They say they will H-bomb. Then survivors will surrender and be put on these chains. Will you?" "No! Never!" "Never," agreed Prof. "They threaten to send troops. More and more troops to rape and murder. We shall fight them." "Da!" "We shall fight them on the surface. We shall fight them in the tubes. We shall fight them in the corridors. If die we must, we shall die free." "Yes. Ja, da. Tell him, tell him." "And if we die, let history write, this was Luna's finest hour. Give us liberty, or give us death." Some of that sounded familiar, but his words came out fresh and new. I joined in roars. Look, I knew we couldn't whip Terra. I'm tech by trade and know that an H-bomb doesn't care how brave you are, but was ready to. If they wanted to fight, let's have it. Prof let them roar, then led them in Battle Hymn of the Republic, Simon's version. Adam appeared on screen again, took over leading it, and sang with them. And we tried to slip away, off back of platform, with help of Stilyagi, led by Slim. But women didn't want to let us go, and lads aren't at their best in trying to stop ladies. They broke through. Was 2200 before we four, Y.O., Prof, Stu, Self, were locked in room L of Raffles, where Adam, Mike, joined us by video. I was starved by then. All were, so I ordered dinner, and Prof insisted that we eat before reviewing plans. Then we got down to business. Adam started by asking me to read aloud white paper, for his benefit and for Comrade Wyoming. "But first, Comrade Manuel, if you have the recordings you made Earthside, could you transmit them by phone at high speed to my office? I'll have them transcribed for study. All I have so far are the coded summaries Comrade Stewart sent up." I did so, knowing Mike would study them at once. Phrasing was part of Adam Celine myth, and decided to talk to Prof about letting Stu in on facts. If Stu was to be in executive cell, pretending was too clumsy. Feeding recordings into Mike at over speed took 5 minutes. Reading aloud, another 30. That done, Adam said, "Professor, the reception was more successful than I had counted on, due to your speech. I think we should push the embargo through Congress at once. I can send out a call tonight for a session at noon tomorrow. Comments?" I said, "Look, those yammerheads will kick it around for weeks. If you must put it up to them, can't see why, do as you did with Declaration. Start late, jam it through after midnight using own people." Adam said, "Sorry, Manuel. I'm getting caught up on events Earthside, and you have catching up to do here. It's no longer the same group. Comrade Wyoming?" "Manny, dear, it's an elected Congress now. They must pass it. Congress is what government we have. I said slowly, You held the election and turned things over to them? Everything? Then what are we doing? Looked at Prof, expecting explosion. My objections would not be on his grounds, but couldn't see any use in swapping one talk for another. At least first group had been so loose we could pack it. This new group would be glued to seats. Prof was undisturbed, fitted fingertips together and looked relaxed. Manuel, I don't think the situation is as bad as you seem to feel that it is. In each age it is necessary to adapt to the popular mythology. At one time, kings were anointed by deity, so the problem was to see to it that deity anointed the right candidate. In this age, the myth is the will of the people, but the problem changes only superficially. Comrade Adam and I have had long discussions about how to determine the will of the people. I venture to suggest that this solution is one we can work with. Well, okay. But why weren't we told? Stu, did you know? No, Manny. There was no reason to tell me. He shrugged. I'm a monarchist. I wouldn't have been interested. But I go along with Prof that in this day and age elections are a necessary ritual. This book is continued on disc. The Moon is a Harsh Mistress by Robert Heinlein. Continued. Disc 10. I venture to suggest that this solution is one we can work with. Well, okay. But why weren't we told? Stu, did you know? No, Manny. There was no reason to tell me. He shrugged. I'm a monarchist. I wouldn't have been interested. But I go along with Prof that in this day and age elections are a necessary ritual. Prof said, Manuel, it wasn't necessary to tell us till we got back. You and I had other work to do. Comrade Adam and dear Comrade Wyoming handled it in our absence. So let's find out what they did before we judge what they've done. Sorry. Well, Wyo? Manny, we didn't leave everything to chance. Adam and I decided that a Congress of 300 would be about right. Then we spent hours going over the party lists, plus prominent people not in the party. At last we had a list of candidates, a list that included some from the ad hoc Congress. Not all were yammerheads. We included as many as we could. Then Adam phoned each one and asked him, or her, if he would serve, binding him to secrecy in the meantime. Some we had to replace. When we were ready, Adam spoke on video, announced that it was time to carry out the party's pledge of free elections, set a date, said that everybody over 16 could vote, and that all anyone had to do to be a candidate was to get 100 chops on a nominating petition and post it in Old Dome, or the public notice place for his warren. Oh yes, 30 temporary election districts, 10 congressmen from each district. That let all but the smallest warrens be at least one district. So you had it lined up and party ticket went through? Oh, no, dear. There wasn't any party ticket officially. But we were ready with our candidates, and I must say my Stilyagi did a smart job getting chops on nominations. Our optings were posted the first day. Many other people posted. There were over 2,000 candidates. But there was only 10 days from announcement to election, and we knew what we wanted, whereas the opposition was split up. It wasn't necessary for Adam to come out publicly and endorse candidates. It worked out. You won by 7,000 votes, dear, while your nearest rival got less than 1,000. I won? You won? I won? Professor won. Comrade Clayton won, and just about everybody we thought should be in the Congress. It wasn't hard, although Adam never endorsed anyone. I didn't hesitate to let our comrades know who was favored. Simon poked his finger in, too. And we do have good connections with newspapers. I wish you had been here election night, watching the results. Exciting. How did you go about nose counting? Never known how election works. Write names on a piece of paper?
Oh, no, we used a better system. Because, after all, some of our best people can't write. We used banks for voting places, with bank clerks identifying customers and customers identifying members of their families and neighbors who didn't have bank accounts. And people voted orally, and the clerks punched the votes into the bank's computers, with the voter watching, and results were all tallied at once in Luna City Clearinghouse. We voted everybody in less than 3 hours, and results were printed out just minutes after voting stopped.
Suddenly, a light came on in my skull, and I decided to question Wyo privately. No, not Wyo. Mike. Get past his Adam Celine dignity and hammer truth out of his neuristers. Recalled a check $10 million too large, and wondered how many had voted for me. 7,000? 700? Or just my family and friends? But no longer worried about new Congress. Proof had not slipped them a cold deck, but one that was frozen solid. Then ducked Earthside while crime was committed. No use asking Wyo. She didn't even need to know what Mike had done, and could do her part better if did not suspect. Nor would anybody suspect. If was one thing all people took for granted, was conviction that if you feed honest figures into a computer, honest figures come out. Never doubted it myself, till I made a computer with sense of humor. Changed my mind about suggesting that Stu be let in on Mike's self-awareness. 3 was too many. Or perhaps 3. Mike, I started to say, and changed to, my word, sounds efficient. How big did we win? Adam answered without expression. 86% of our candidates were successful. Approximately what I had expected. Approximately my false left arm. Exactly what expected, Mike, old ironmongery. Withdrawal objection to noon session. I'll be there. It seems to me, said Stu, assuming that the embargo starts at once, we will need something to maintain the enthusiasm we witnessed tonight, or there will be a long, quiet period of increasing economic depression. From the embargo, I mean, and growing disillusionment. Adam, you first impressed me through your ability to make shrewd guesses as to future events. Do my misgivings make sense? They do. Well? Adam looked at us in turn, and it was almost impossible to believe that this was a false image, and Mike was simply placing us through binaural receptors. Comrades, it must be turned into open war as quickly as possible. Nobody said anything. One thing to talk about war, another to face up to it. At last I sighed and said, when do we start throwing rocks? We do not start, Adam answered. They must throw the first one. How do we antagonize them into doing so? I will reserve my thoughts to the last. Comrade Manuel? Don't look at me. Way I feel would start with a nice big rock smack on Agra. A bloke there who is a waste of space. But not what you are after. No, it is not, Adam answered seriously. You would not only anger the entire Hindu nation, a people intensely opposed to destruction of life, but you would also anger and shock people throughout Earth by destroying the Taj Mahal. Including me, said Prof. Don't talk dirty, Manuel. Look, I said, didn't say to do it. Anyhow, good miss, Taj. Manuel, said Prof. As Adam pointed out, our strategy must be to antagonize them into striking the first blow. The classic Pearl Harbor maneuver of game theory. A great advantage in Weltpolitik. The question is how. Adam, I suggest that what is needed is to plant the idea that we are weak and divided, and that all it takes is a show of force to bring us back into line. Stu, your people Earthside should be useful. Suppose the Congress repudiated myself and Manuel. The effect? Oh, no, said Wyo. Oh, yes, dear Wyo. Not necessary to do it, but simply to put it over news channels to Earth. Perhaps still better to put it out over a clandestine beam attributed to the Terran scientists still with us, while our official channels display the classic stigmata of tight censorship. Adam? I'm noting it as a tactic which probably will be included in the strategy, but it will not be sufficient alone. We must be bombed.
Adam, said the Wyo, why do you say so? Even if Luna City can stand up under their biggest bombs, something I hope never to find out, we know that Luna can't win an all-out war. You've said so many times. Isn't there some way to work it out so that they will just plain leave us alone?
Adam pulled at right cheek, and I thought, Mike, if you don't knock off play acting, you'll have me believing in you myself. Was annoyed at him and looked forward to a talk, one in which I would not have to defer to Chairman Celine. Comrade Wyoming, he said soberly, it's a matter of game theory in a complex, non-zero-sum game. We have certain resources or pieces in the game, and many possible moves. Our opponents have much larger resources and a far larger spectrum of responses. Our problem is to manipulate the game so that our strength is utilized toward an optimax solution, while inducing them to waste their superior strength and to refrain from using it at maximum. Timing is of the essence, and the gambit is necessary to start a chain of events favorable to our strategy. I realize this is not clear. I could put the factors through a computer and show you, or you can accept the conclusion, or you can use your own judgment. He was reminding Wyo, under Stu's nose, that he was not Adam Celine, but Mike, our dinkum-thinkum, who could handle so complex a problem because he was a computer, and smartest one anywhere. Wyo backtracked. No, she said. I wouldn't understand the maths. Okay, it has to be done. How do we do it? Was 400 before we had a plan that suited Prof and Stu as well as Adam? Or took that long for Mike to sell his plan while appearing to pull ideas out of the rest of us? Or was it Prof's plan with Adam Celine as salesman? In any case, we had a plan and calendar, one that grew out of master strategy of Tuesday, 14 May, 2075, and varied from it only to match events as they actually had occurred. In essence, it called for us to behave as nastily as possible while strengthening impression that we could be awfully easy to spank. Was at Community Hall at noon, after too little sleep, and found I could have slept 2 hours longer. Congressmen from Hong Kong could not make it that early despite tube all the way. Wyo did not bang gavel until 14:30. Yes, my bride wife was chairman pro tem in a body not yet organized. Parliamentary rulings seemed to come naturally to her, and she was not a bad choice. A mob of loonies behaves better when a lady bangs gavel. Not going to detail what new Congress did and said that session and later. Minutes are available. I showed up only when necessary and never bothered to learn talk rules. Seemed to be equal parts common politeness and ways in which chairman could invoke magic to do it her way. No sooner had Wyo banged them to order, but a cobber jumped up and said, Gojbaja Chairman, move we suspend rules and hear from Comrade Professor de la Paz, which brought a whoop of approval. Wyo banged again. Motion is out of order and member from Lower Churchill will be seated. This House recessed without adjourning, and Chairman of Committee on Permanent Organization, Resolutions, and Government Structure still has the floor. Turned out to be Wolfgang Korsakov, member of Taiko Wonder, and a member of Prof Cell, and our #1 finagler of Luno Hoko. And he not only had floor, he had it all day, yielding time as he saw fit, i.e., picking out whom he wanted to speak, rather than letting just anyone talk. But nobody was too irked. This mob seemed satisfied with leadership. Were noisy, but not unruly. By dinner time, Luna had a government to replace co-opted provisional government, i.e., dummy government we had opted ourselves, which sent Proof and me to Earth. Congress confirmed all acts of provisional government, thus putting face on what we had done, thanked outgoing government for services, and instructed Wolfgang's committee to continue work on permanent government structure. Prof was elected President of Congress, and ex officio Prime Minister of interim government until we acquired a constitution. He protested age and health, then said would serve if could have certain things to help him, too old and too exhausted from trip earthside to have responsibility of presiding, except on occasions of state. So he wanted Congress to elect a speaker and speaker pro tem. And besides that, he felt that Congress should augment its numbers by not more than 10% by itself electing members at large, so that Prime Minister, whoever he might be, could opt cabinet members or ministers of state who might not now be members of Congress, especially ministers without portfolio, to take load off his shoulders. They balked. Most were proud of being congressmen and already jealous of status, but Prof just sat looking tired and waited, and somebody pointed out that it still left control in hands of Congress. So they gave him what he asked for. Then somebody squeezed in a speech by making it a question to chair. Everybody knew, he said, that Adam Celine had refrained from standing for Congress on grounds that chairman of emergency committee should not take advantage of position to elbow way into new government. But could Honorable Chairlady tell member whether there was any reason not to elect Adam Celine a member at large? As gesture of appreciation for great services? To let all Luna, yes, and all those earthworms, especially ex-lunar ex-authority, know that we are not repudiating Adam Celine. On contrary, he was our beloved elder statesman, and was not president simply because he chose not to be. More whoops that went on and on. You can find in minutes who made that speech, but one gets you 10, Proof wrote it, and Weil planted it. Here is how it wound up, over a course of days. Prime Minister and Secretary of State for Foreign Affairs, Professor Bernardo de la Paz. Speaker, Finn Nielsen. Speaker Pro Tem, Wyoming Davis. Under-Secretary of State for Foreign Affairs and Minister of Defense, General O'Kelly Davis. Minister of Information, Terence Sheehan. Sheeny turned Pravda over to managing editor to work with Adam and Stu. Special Minister without portfolio in Ministry of Information, Stuart René-Lejoie, Congressman at large. Secretary of State for Economics and Finance and Custodian of Enemy Property, Wolfgang Korsakov. Minister of Interior Affairs and Safety, Comrade Clayton Watanabe. Minister without portfolio and Special Advisor to Prime Minister, Adam Celine. Plus a dozen ministers and ministers without portfolio from warrens other than Luna City. See where it left things? Rush away fancy titles, and B-Cell was still running things as advised by Mike, backed by a Congress in which we could not lose a test vote, but did lose others we did not want to win, or did not care about. But at time could not see sense in all that talk. During evening session, Prof reported on trip, and then yielded to me, Committee Chairman Korsakov consenting, so that I could report what 5-year plan meant, and how authority had tried to bribe me. I'll never make a speaker, but had time during dinner break to swat speech Mike had written. He had slanted it so nastily that I got angry all over again, and was angry when I spoke, and managed to make it catching. Congress was ready to riot by the time I sat down. Prof stepped forward, thin and pale, and said quietly, "Comrade members, what shall we do?" "I suggest," Comrade Korsakov consenting, "that we discuss informally how to treat this latest insolence to our nation." One member from Novelin wanted to declare war, and they would have done so right then if Prof had not pointed out that they were still hearing committee reports. More talk, all bitter. At last Comrade Member Chang Jones spoke, Fellow Congressman, sorry, Господин Chairman Korsakov, I'm a rice and wheat farmer. Mean I used to be, because back in May I got a bank loan, and sons and I are converting to variety farming. We are broke. Had to borrow tube fare to get here. But family is eating, and someday we might pull square with bank. At least I'm no longer raising grain. But others are. Catapult has never reduced headway by one barge whole time we've been free. We still shipping, hoping their checks will be worth something someday. But now we know. They've told us what they mean to do with us. To us. I say only way to make those scoundrels know we mean business is stop shipments right now. Not another ton, not a kilo, until they come here and dicker honestly for honest price. Around midnight they passed embargo, then adjourned subject to call standing committees to continue. Wyo and I went home, and I got reacquainted with my family. Was nothing to do. Mike, Adam, and Stu had been working on how to hit them with it earthside, and Mike had shut Catapult down. Technical difficulties with ballistic computer, 24 hours earlier. Last barge in trajectory would be taken by Pune ground control in slightly over 1 day, and Earth would be told, nastily, that was last they would ever get. 22. Shock to farmers was eased by continuing to buy grain at Catapult, but checks now carried printed warning that Luna Free State did not stand behind them, did not warrant that Lunar Authority would ever redeem them even in scrip, etc., etc. Some farmers left grain anyhow, some did not. All screamed. But was nothing they could do. Catapult was shut down. Loading belts not moving. Depression was not immediately felt in rest of economy. Defense regiments had depleted ranks of ice miners so much that selling ice on free market was profitable. Lunohoko Steel subsidiary was hiring every able-bodied man he could find, and Wolfgang Korsakov was ready with paper money. National dollars, printed to resemble Hong Kong dollar, and in theory, pegged to it. Luna had plenty of food, plenty of work, plenty of money. People were not hurting. Beer, betting, women, and work went on as usual. Nationals, as they were called, were inflation money, war money, fiat money, and were discounted a fraction of a % on day of first issue, concealed as exchange service charge. They were spendable money and never did drop to zero, but were inflationary, and exchange reflected it increasingly. New government was spending money it did not have. But that was later. Challenge to Earth, to authority, and federated nations was made intentionally nasty. FN vessels were ordered to stay clear of Luna by 10 diameters and not orbit at any distance under pain of being destroyed without warning. No mention of how, since we could not. Vessels of private registry would be permitted to land if a. permission was requested ahead of time with ballistic plan, b. a vessel thus cleared placed itself under Luna ground control, Mike, at a distance of 100,000 kilometers while following approved trajectory, and c. was unarmed save for 3 handguns permitted 3 officers. Last was to be confirmed by inspection on landing, before anybody was allowed to leave ship, and before ship was serviced with fuel and/or reaction mass. Violation would meet confiscation of ship. No person allowed to land at Luna other than ship's crew in connection with loading, unloading, or servicing, save citizens of Terran countries who had recognized Free Luna. Only Chad, and Chad had no ships. Prof expected some private vessels to be re-registered under Chad merchant flag. Manifesto noted that Terran scientists still in Luna could return home in any vessel which conformed to our requirements. It invited all freedom-loving Terran nations to denounce wrongs done us, and which the authority planned against us, recognize us, and enjoy free trade and full intercourse, and pointed out that there were no tariffs or any artificial restrictions against trade in Luna, and was policy of Luna government to keep it that way. We invited immigration, unlimited, and pointed out that we had a labor shortage, and any immigrant could be self-supporting at once. We also boasted of food. Adult consumption over 4,000 calories per day, high in protein, low in cost, no rationing. Stu had Adam Mike stick in price of 100 proof vodka, 50 cents HKL per liter, less in quantity, no taxes. Since this was less than 1/10 retail price of 80 proof vodka in North America, Stu knew it would hit home. Adam, by nature a teetotaler, hadn't thought of it. One of Mike's few oversights. Lunar Authority was invited to gather at one spot well away from other people, say in unirrigated part of Sahara, and receive one last barge of free grain, straight down at terminal velocity. This was followed by a snotty lecture which implied that we were prepared to do the same to anyone who threatened our peace, there being a number of loaded barges at Catapult Head, ready for such unceremonious delivery. Then we waited. But we waited busily. Were indeed a few loaded barges. These we unloaded and reloaded with rock, with changes made in guidance transponders so that Puna control could not affect them. Their retros were removed, leaving only lateral thrusters, and spare retros were taken to New Catapult to be modified for lateral guidance. Greatest effort went into moving steel to New Catapult and shaping it into jackets for solid rock cylinders. Steel was bottleneck. 2 days after our manifesto, a clandestine radio started beaming to Terra. Was weak and tended to fade, but was supposed to be concealed, presumably in a crater, and could be worked only certain hours, until brave Terran scientists managed to rig automatic repeat. Was near frequency of voice of Free Luna, which tended to drown it out with brassy boasts. Terrans remaining in Luna had no chance to make signals. Those who had chosen to stick with research were chaperoned by Stilyagi every instant and locked into barracks to sleep. But clandestine station managed to get truth to Terra. Proof had been tried for deviationism and was under house arrest. I had been executed for treason. Hong Kong Luna had pulled out, declared self separately independent. Might be open to reason. Rioting in Novolin. All food growing had been collectivized, and black market eggs were selling for $3 apiece in Luna City. Battalions of female troops were being enlisted, each sworn to kill at least one Terran, and were drilling with fake guns in corridors of Luna City. Last was almost true. Many ladies wanted to do something militant, and had formed a home defense guard. Ladies from Hades. Huh. But their drills were of a practical nature, and Hazel was sulking because Mom had not allowed her to join. Then she got over sulks, and started Stilyagi Debs, a very junior home guard which drilled after school hours, did not use weapons, concentrated on backing up Stilyagi air and pressure corps, and practiced first aid, and own no weapons fighting, which, possibly, Mom never learned. I don't know how much to tell. Can't tell all, but stuff in history books is so wrong. I was no better a defense minister than congressman. Not apologizing, had no training for either. Revolution is an amateur thing for almost everybody. Prof was only one who seemed to know what he was doing, and, at that, was new to him too. He had never taken part in a successful revolution, or ever been part of a government, much less head. As defense minister, I could not see many ways to defend except for steps already taken. That is, Stilyagi air squads and warrens and laser gunners around ballistic radars. If FN decided to bomb, didn't see any way to stop them. Wasn't an interception missile in all Luna, and that's not a gadget you whoop up from bits and pieces. My word, we couldn't even make fusion weapons with which such a rocket is tipped. But I went through motions, asked same Chinese engineers who had built laser guns to take a crack at problem of intercepting bombs or missiles. One same problem, save that a missile comes at you faster. Then turned attention to other things. Simply hoped that FN would never bomb Warrens. Some Warrens, El City in particular, were so deep down that they could probably stand direct hits. One cubic, lowest level of complex where a central part of Mike lived, had been designed to withstand bombing. On the other hand, Tycho Under was a big natural bubble cave, like Old Dome, and roof was only meters thick. Sealer on underside was kept warm with hot water pipes to make sure new cracks sealed. Would not take much of a bomb to crack Tycho Under. But there's no limit to how big a fusion bomb can be. FN could build one big enough to smash El City, or theoretically even a doomsday job that would split Luna like a melon and finish jobs some asteroid started at Tycho. If they did, couldn't see any way to stop them, so didn't worry. Instead, put time on problems I could manage. Helping at new catapult, trying to work up better aiming arrangements for laser drills around radars, and trying to get drillmen to stick. Half of them quit once price of ice went up. Trying to arrange decentralized standby engineering controls for all Warrens. Mike did designing on this. We grabbed every general-purpose computer we could find, paying in nationals with ink barely dry. And I turned job over to McIntyre, former chief engineer for Authority. Was a job within his talents, and I couldn't do all rewiring and so forth, even if I'd tried. Held out biggest computer, one that did accounting for Bank of Hong Kong and Luna, and also was clearinghouse there. Looked over its instruction manuals and decided it was a smart computer for one that could not talk. So asked Mike if he could teach it ballistics. We made temporary link-ups to let two machines get acquainted, and Mike reported it could learn simple job we wanted it for. Standby for new catapult, although Mike would not care to ride in ship controlled by it. Was too matter-of-fact and uncritical. Stupid, really. Well, didn't want it to whistle tunes or crack jokes. Just wanted it to shove loads out of catapult at right millisecond and at correct velocity, then watch load approach Terra and give a nudge. HK Bank was not anxious to sell, but we had Patriots on their board. We promised to return it when emergency was over and moved it to new site, by Rolligan, too big for tubes, and took all one dark semi-lunar. Had to jerry-rig a big airlock to get it out of Kong Warren. I hooked it to Mike again, and he undertook to teach art of ballistics against possibility that his linkage to new site might be cut in an attack. You know what bank used to replace computer? 200 clerks working abacuses. Abacusi? You know, slipsticks with beads, oldest digital computer. So far back in prehistory that nobody knows who invented. Ruski and Chinese and Nips have always used them, and small shops today. Trying to improve laser drills into space defense weapons was easier but less straightforward. We had to leave them mounted on original cradles. Was neither time, steel, nor metalsmiths to start fresh. So we concentrated on better aiming arrangements. Call went out for telescopes. Scarce. What con fetches along a spyglass when transported? What market later to create supply? Surveying instruments and helmet binoculars were all we turned up, plus optical instruments confiscated in Terran labs. But we managed to equip drills with low-power big-field sights to couch on with, and high-power scopes for fine sighting, plus terrain and elevation circles, and phones so that Mike could tell them where to point. 4 drills we equipped with self-synchronous repeater drives, so that Mike could control them himself. Liberated these Celsons at Richardson. Astronomers used them for Bosch cameras and Schmitz in sky mapping. But big problem was men. Wasn't money. We kept upping wages. No, a drillman likes to work, or wouldn't be in that trade. Standing by in a ready room day after day, waiting for alert that always turns out to be just another practice, drove 'em crackers. They quit. One day in September I pulled an alert and got only 7 drills manned. Talked it over with Wyo and Sidris at night. Next day, Waya wanted to know if Prof and I would okay Bolshoi expense money. They formed something Wyo named Lesistrata Corps. Never inquired into duties or cost, because next time I inspected a ready room, found 3 girls and no shortage of drillmen. Girls were in uniform of 2nd Defense Gunners, just as men were. Drillmen hadn't bothered much with authorized uniform up to then, and one girl was wearing sergeant stripes with gun captain's badge. Made my inspection very short. Most girls don't have muscle to be a drillman, and I doubted if this girl could wrestle a drill well enough to justify that badge. But regular gun captain was on job. Was no harm in girls learning to handle lasers. Morale was obviously high. I gave matter no more worry. Prof underrated his new Congress. I'm sure he never wanted anything but a body which would rubber chop what we were doing, and thereby do make it voice of people. But fact that new congressmen were not yammerheads resulted in them doing more than Prof intended, especially Committee on Permanent Organization, Resolutions, and Government Structure. Got out of hand because we were all trying to do too much. Permanent heads of Congress were Prof, Finn Nielsen, and Wyo. Prof showed up only when he wanted to speak to them. Seldom. He spent time with Mike on plans and analysis. Odds shortened to 1 in 5 during September 76. Time when Stu and Shini Sheehan on propaganda, controlling official news to Earthside, very different news that went via clandestine radio, and reslanting news that came up from Earthside. Besides that, he had finger in everything. I reported to him once a day, and all ministries, both real and dummy, did same. I kept Finn Nielsen busy. He was my commander of armed forces. He had his laser gun infantry to supervise. 6 men with captured weapons on day we nabbed Warden. Now 800 scattered all through Luna and armed with Kongville monkey copies. Besides that, Wyo's organization, Still Yagi Air Corps, Still Yagi Debs, ladies from Hades, irregulars, kept for morale and were named Peter Pan's Pirates. And Lesistrata Corps, all these halfway military groups reported through Wyo to Finn. I shoved it onto him. I had other problems, such as trying to be a computer mechanic as well as a statesman when jobs such as installing that computer at New Catapult site had to be done. Besides which, I am not an executive, and Finn had talent for it. I shoved 1st and 2nd Defense Gunners under him too. But first I decided that these 2 skeleton regiments were a brigade, and made Judge Brody a brigadier. Brody knew as much about military matters as I did. 0. But was widely known, highly respected, had unlimited hard sense, and had been drillman before he lost leg. Finn was not drillman, so couldn't be placed directly over them. They wouldn't have listened. I thought about using my co-husband Greg, but Greg was needed at Mariandarum Catapult. Was only mechanic who had followed every phase of construction. Wyo helped Prof, helped Stu, had her own organizations, made trips out to Mariandarum, and had little time to preside over Congress. Task fell on Senior Committee Chairman, Wolf Korsakov, who was busier than any of us. Luno Hoko was running everything authority used to run and many new things as well. Wolf had a good committee. Prof should have kept closer eye on it. Wolf had caused his boss, Moshe Baum, to be elected vice chairman, and had in all seriousness outlined for his committee problem of determining what permanent government should be. Then Wolf turned back on it. Those busy laddies split up and did it. Studied forms of government in Carnegie Library. Held subcommittee meetings, 3 or 4 people at a time. Few enough to worry Prof, had he known. And when Congress met early in September to ratify some appointments and elect some congressmen at large, instead of adjourning, Comrade Baum had gavel and they recessed, and met again and turned selves into Committee of the Whole, and passed a resolution, and next thing we knew, entire Congress was a Constitutional Convention, divided into working groups, headed by those subcommittees. I think Prof was shocked. But he couldn't undo it. Had all been proper under rules he himself had written. But he rolled with punch, went to Novelin, where Congress now met, more central, and spoke to them with usual good nature and simply cast doubts on what they were doing, rather than telling them flatly they were wrong. After gracefully thanking them, he started picking early drafts to pieces. Comrade members, like fire and fusion, government is a dangerous servant and a terrible master. You now have freedom, if you can keep it. But do remember that you can lose this freedom more quickly to yourselves than to any other tyrant. Move slowly, be hesitant, puzzle out the consequences of every word. I would not be unhappy if this convention sat for 10 years before reporting, but I would be frightened if you took less than a year. Distrust the obvious. Suspect the traditional. For in the past mankind has not done well when saddling itself with governments. For example, I note in one draft report a proposal for setting up a commission to divide Luna into congressional districts and to reapportion them from time to time according to population. This is the traditional way. Therefore it should be suspect, considered guilty until proved innocent. Perhaps you feel that this is the only way. May I suggest others? Surely where a man lives is the least important thing about him. Constituencies might be formed by dividing people by occupation, or by age, or even alphabetically. Or they might not be divided, every member elected at large. And do not object that this would make it impossible for any man not widely known throughout Luna to be elected. That might be the best possible thing for Luna. You might even consider installing the candidates who receive the least number of votes. Unpopular men may be just the sort to save you from a new tyranny. Don't reject the idea merely because it seems preposterous. Think about it. In past history, popularly elected governments have been no better and sometimes far worse than overt tyrannies. But if representative government turns out to be your intention, there still may be ways to achieve it better than the territorial district. For example, you each represent about 10,000 human beings, perhaps 7,000 of voting age, and some of you were elected by slim majorities. Suppose, instead of election, a man were qualified for office by petition, signed by 4,000 citizens. He would then represent those 4,000 affirmatively, with no disgruntled minority. For what would have been a minority in a territorial constituency would all be free to start other petitions or join in them. All would then be represented by men of their choice. Or a man with 8,000 supporters might have 2 votes in this body. Difficulties? Objections? Practical points to be worked out? Many of them. But you could work them out, and thereby avoid the chronic sickness of representative government, the disgruntled minority which feels correctly that it has been disenfranchised. But whatever you do, do not let the past be a straitjacket. I note one proposal to make this Congress a 2-house body. Excellent. The more impediments to legislation, the better. But instead of following tradition, I suggest one house of legislators, another whose single duty is to repeal laws. Let the legislators pass laws only with a 2/3 majority, while the repealers are able to cancel any law through a mere 1/3 minority. Preposterous? Think about it. If a bill is so poor that it cannot command 2/3 of your consents, is it not likely that it would make a poor law? And if a law is disliked by as many as 1/3, is it not likely that you would be better off without it? But in writing your Constitution, let me invite attention to the wonderful virtues of the negative. Accentuate the negative. Let your document be studded with things the government is forever forbidden to do. no conscript armies, no interference, however slight, with freedom of press, or speech, or travel, or assembly, or of religion, or of instruction, or communication, or occupation. No involuntary taxation. Comrades, if you were to spend 5 years in a study of history, while thinking of more and more things that your government should promise never to do, and then let your Constitution be nothing but those negatives, I would not fear the outcome. What I fear most are affirmative actions of sober and well-intentioned men, granting to government powers to do something that appears to need doing. Please remember always that the lunar authority was created from the noblest of purposes by just such sober and well-intentioned men, all popularly elected. And with that thought, I leave you to your labors. Thank you.
Господин President, question of information. You said no involuntary taxation. Then how do you expect us to pay for things? Tanstaffel.
Goodness me, sir, that's your problem. I can think of several ways. Voluntary contributions, just as churches support themselves. Government-sponsored lotteries, to which no one need subscribe. Or perhaps you congressmen should dig down into your own pouches and pay for whatever is needed. And that would be one way to keep government down in size to its indispensable functions, whatever they may be, if indeed there are any. I would be satisfied to have the golden rule be the only law. I see no need for any other, nor for any method of enforcing it. But if you really believe that your neighbors must have laws for their own good, why shouldn't you pay for it? Comrades, I beg you, do not resort to compulsory taxation. There is no worse tyranny than to force a man to pay for what he does not want merely because you think it would be good for him. Prof bowed and left. Stu and I followed. Once in an otherwise empty capsule, I tackled him. Prof, I liked much that you said. But about taxation, aren't you talking one thing and doing another? Who do you think is going to pay for all this spending we're doing? He was silent long moments, then said, Manuel, my only ambition is to reach the day when I can stop pretending to be a chief executive. Is no answer. You have put your finger on the dilemma of all government, and the reason I am an anarchist. The power to tax, once conceded, has no limits. It contains until it destroys. I was not joking when I told them to dig into their own pouches. It may not be possible to do away with government. Sometimes I think that government is an inescapable disease of human beings. But it may be possible to keep it small and starved and inoffensive. And can you think of a better way than by requiring the governors themselves to pay the costs of their antisocial hobby? Still doesn't say how to pay for what we are doing now. How, Manuel? You know how we are doing it. We're stealing it. I'm neither proud of it nor ashamed. It's the means we have. If they ever catch on, they may eliminate us, and that I am prepared to face. At least, in stealing, we have not created the villainous precedent of taxation. Prof, I hate to say this. Then why say it? Because, damn it, I'm in it as deeply as you are, and want to see that money paid back. Hate to say it, but what you just said sounds like hypocrisy. He chuckled. My dear Manuel, has it taken you all these years to decide that I am a hypocrite? Then you admit it? No, but if it makes you feel better to think that I am one, you're welcome to use me as your scapegoat. But I am not a hypocrite to myself, because I was aware the day we declared the revolution that we would need much money, and would have to steal it. It did not trouble me because I considered it Better than food riots 6 years hence. Cannibalism innate. I made my choice and have no regrets. I shut up, silenced but not satisfied. Stu said, Professor, I'm glad to hear that you are anxious to stop being president. So, you share our comrade's misgivings? Only in part. Having been born to wealth, stealing doesn't fret me as much as it does him. But now that Congress has taken up the matter of a constitution, I intend to find time to attend sessions. I plan to nominate you for king. Prof looked shocked. Sir, if nominated, I shall repute it. If elected, I shall abdicate. Don't be in a hurry. It might be the only way to get the sort of constitution you want, and that I want too, with about your own mild lack of enthusiasm. You could be proclaimed a king, and the people would take you. We Lunas aren't wedded to a republic. They'd love the idea. Ritual and robes and a court and all that. No. Yada. When the time comes, you won't be able to refuse. Because we need a king and there isn't another candidate who can be accepted. Bernardo the First, King of Luna and Emperor of the surrounding species. Stuart, I must ask you to stop. I'm becoming quite ill. You'll get used to it. I'm a royalist because I'm a Democrat. I shan't let your reluctance thwart the idea any more than you let stealing stop you. I said, Halt it, Stu. You said you are a royalist because you're a Democrat? Of course. A king is the people's only protection against tyranny, especially against the worst of all tyrants, themselves. Prof would be ideal for the job, because he does not want the job. His only shortcoming is that he is a bachelor with no heir. We'll fix that. I'm going to name you as his heir. Crown Prince, His Royal Highness Prince Manuel de La Paz, Duke of Lunar City, Admiral General of the Armed Forces and Protector of the Weak. I stared, then buried face in hands. Oh, bog. Book 3. Tonstoffel. 23. Monday, 12 October, 2076. About 1900, I was headed home after a hard day of nonsense in our offices in Raffles. Delegation of grain farmers wanted to see Prof, and I had been called back because he was in Hong Kong Luna. Was rude to them. Had been 2 months of embargo, and FN had never done us favor of being sufficiently nasty. Mostly they had ignored us, made no reply to our claims. I suppose to do so would have been to recognize us. Stu and Sheeny and Prof had been hard put to slant news from Earthside to keep up a warlike spirit. At first, everybody kept his peacesuit handy. They wore them, helmets on their arms, going to and from work in corridors. But then slacked off as days went by, and did not seem to be any danger. Peacesuit is nuisance when you don't need it. So bulky. Presently, tap rooms began to display signs, no peacesuits inside. If a loony can't stop for half a liter on way home because of peacesuit, he'll leave it home, or at station, or wherever he needs it most. My word, had neglected matter myself that day. Got this call to go back to office, and was halfway there before I remembered. Had just reached easement lock 13, when I heard and felt a sound that scares a loony more than anything else. A chuff, in distance, followed by a draft. Was into lock almost without undogging, then balanced pressures and through. Dogged it behind me and ran for our home lock. Through it and shouting, "Peacesuits, everybody! Get boys in from tunnels and close all airtight doors!" Mom and Milla were only adults in sight. Both looked startled. Got busy without a word. I burst into workshop, grabbed peacesuit. "Mike, answer." "I'm here, man," he said calmly. "Heard explosive pressure drop. What situation?" "That's level 3, L City. Rupture at Tube Station West. Now partly controlled. 6 ships landed. L City under attack. What? Let me finish, man. 6 transports landed. L City under attack by troops. Hong Kong inferred to be. Phone lines broken at relay BL. Johnson City under attack. I have closed the armored doors between J City and Complex under. I cannot see Novolin, but blip projection indicates it is under attack. Same for Churchill, Tycho under. 1 ship in high ellipsoid over me, rising, inferred to be command ship. No other blips. 6 ships? Where in hell were you? He answered so calmly that I steadied down. Far side approach, man. I'm blind back there. They came in on tight garrison didos, skimming the peaks. I barely saw the chop-off for Lunar City. The ship at J City is the only one I can see. The other landings I conclusively infer from the ballistics shown by blip tracks. I heard the break-in at Tube West, L City, and can now hear fighting in Novolin. The rest is conclusive inference. Probability above 0.99. I called you and Professor at once. Cut breath. Operation Hard Rock. Prepare to execute. Program ready. Man, not being able to reach you, I used your voice. Playback? Niet. Yes, da. Heard myself tell watch officer at Old Catapult Head to go on red alert for Hard Rock. First load at lunch. All others on belts. Everything cast loose. But do not launch until ordered by me personally. Then launch to plan. Full automatic. I made him repeat back. Okay, I told Mike. Drill gun crews? Your voice again. Manned and then sent back to ready rooms. The command ship won't reach Apostolinian for 3 hours, 4.7 minutes. No target for more than 5 hours. He may maneuver or launch missiles. Slow down, man. Even a missile I'll see with minutes to spare. It's full bright lunar up there now. How much do you want the men to take? Unnecessarily. Sorry. Better let me talk to Greg. Playback. Heard my voice talking to my co-husband at Mariandarum. I sounded tense but calm. Mike had given him situation, had told him to prepare Operation Little David's Sling. Keep it on standby for full automatic. I had assured him that master computer would keep standby computer programmed, and shift would be made automatically if communication was broken. I also told him that he must take command and use own judgment if communication was lost, and not restored after 4 hours. Listen to Earthside radio and make up own mind. Greg had taken it quietly, repeated his orders, then had said, Manny, tell family I love them. Mike had done me proud. He had answered for me with just right embarrassed choke. I'll do that, Greg. And look, Greg, I love you too. You know that, don't you? I know it, Manny, and I'm going to say a special prayer for you. Thanks, Greg. Bye, Manny. Go do what you must. So, I went and did what I had to do. Mike had played my role as well or better than I could. Finn, when he could be reached, would be handled by Adam. So I left, fast, calling out Greg's message of love to Mum. She had pursued and roused Grandpa and suited him in, first time in years. So I went out, helmet closed and laser gun in hand, and reached Lock 13 and found it blind-dogged from other side with nobody in sight through bullseye. All correct, per drill. Except still Yagi in charge of that lock should have been in sight. Did no good to pound. Finally went back way I had come, and on through our home, through our vegetable tunnels, and up to our private surface lock leading to our solar battery. And found a shadow on its bullseye when should have been scalding sunlight. Damn Terran ship had landed on Davis' surface. Its jacks formed a giant tripod over me. Was staring up at jets. Back down fast and out of there, blind-dogging both hatches, then blind-dogged every pressure door on way back. Told Mum, and told her to put one of boys on back door with a laser gun. Here, take this one. No boys, no men, no able-bodied women. Mum, Gramp, and our small children were all that were left. Rest had gone looking for trouble. Mimi wouldn't take laser gun.
Don't know how to use it, Manuel, and it's too late to learn. You keep it. But they won't get through Davis tunnels. I know some tricks you never heard of.
Didn't stop to argue. Arguing with Mimi is a waste of time, and she might know tricks I don't know. She had stayed alive in Luna a long time, under worse conditions than I'd ever known. This time, Lock 13 was manned. 2 boys on duty let me through. I demanded news.
Pressure's all right now, older one told me. This level, at least. Fighting down toward Causeway. Say, General Davis, can I go with you? One's enough at this lock.
Niet.
Want to get me an earthworm?
This is your post. Stay on it. If a earthworm comes this way, he's yours. Don't you be his. Left at a trot. So as a result of own carelessness, not keeping pea-suit with me, all I saw of Battle of Corridors was tail end. Hell of a defense minister. Charged north in ring corridor with helmet open. Reached access lock for long ramp to Causeway. Lock was open. Cursed and stopped to dog it as I went through. Warily. Saw why it was open. Boy who had been guarding it was dead. So moved most cautiously down ramp and out on the Causeway. Was empty at this end, but could see figures and hear noise in city, where it opens out. 2 figures in pea-suits and carrying guns detached selves and headed my way. Burned both. One pea-suited man with gun looks like another. I suppose they took me for one of their flankers. And to me, they looked no different from Finn's men, at a distance, save that I never thought about it. A new chum doesn't move away a cobber does. He moves feet too high, and always scrambling for traction. Not that I stopped to analyze, not even earthworms kill. Saw them, burned them. They were sliding softly along floor before I realized what I'd done. Stopped, intended to grab their guns, but were chained to them and couldn't figure out how to get loose. Key needed, perhaps. Besides, we're not lasers, but something I had never seen. Real guns. Fired small explosive missiles, I learned later. Just then, all I knew was no idea how to use. Had spearing knives on ends, too. Sort called bayonets, which was reason I tried to get them loose. Own gun was good for only 10 full-power burns and no spare power pack. Those spearing bayonets looked useful. One had blood on it. Loony blood, I assume. But gave up in seconds only. Used belt knife to make dead sure they stayed dead. And hurried toward fight. Thumb on switch. Was a mob, not a battle. Or maybe a battle is always that way. Confusion and noise and nobody really knowing what's going on. In widest part of Causeway, opposite Beaumarchais, where grand ramp slopes northward down from level 3, were several hundred loonies, men and women and children, who should have been at home. Less than half were in pea-suits, and only a few seemed to have weapons. And pouring down ramp were soldiers, all armed. But first thing I noticed was noise. Din had filled my open helmet and beat on ears. A growl. Don't know what else to call it. Was compounded of every anger human throat can make, from squeals of small children to bull roars of grown men. Sounded like biggest dogfight in history. And suddenly realized I was adding my share, shouting obscenities and wordless yells. Girl, no bigger than Hazel, vaulted up onto rail of ramp. Went dancing up in centimeters from shoulders of troopers pouring down. She was armed with what appeared to be a kitchen cleaver. Saw her swing it, saw it connect. Couldn't have hurt him much through his pea-suit, but he went down, and more stumbled over him. Then one of them connected with her, spearing a bayonet into her thigh, and over backward she went, falling out of sight. Couldn't really see what was going on, nor could remember, just flashes, like girl going over backwards. Don't know who she was, don't know if she survived, Couldn't draw a bead from where I was. Too many heads in way. But was an open counter display, front of a toy shop on my left. I bounced up onto it. Put me a meter high, then causeway pavement, with a clear view of earthworms pouring down. Braced self against wall, took careful aim, trying for left chest. Some uncountable time later found that my laser was no longer working, so stopped. Guess 8 troopers did not go home because of me, but hadn't counted, and time really did seem endless. Although everybody moving fast as possible, looked and felt like instruction movie where everything is slowed to frozen motion. At least once, while using up my power pack, some earthworm spotted me and shot back. Was explosion just over my head, and bits of shop wall hit helmet. Perhaps that happened twice. Once out of juice, I jumped down from toy counter, clubbed laser, and joined mob surging against foot of ramp. All this endless time, 5 minutes, earthworms had been shooting into crowd. You could hear sharp splat and sometimes plop, those little missiles made as they exploded inside flesh, or louder punk if they hit a wall or something solid. Was still trying to reach foot of ramp when I realized they were no longer shooting. We're down. We're dead. Every one of them. We're no longer coming down ramp. 24. All through Luna, invaders were dead. If not that instant, then shortly. Over 2,000 troopers dead. More than 3 times that number of loonies died in stopping them. Plus, perhaps as many loonies wounded. A number never counted. No prisoners taken in any warren, although we got 12 officers and crew from each ship when we mopped up. A major reason why loonies, mostly unarmed, were able to kill armed and trained soldiers lay in fact that a freshly landed earthworm can't handle himself well. Our gravity, 1/6 what he is used to, makes all his lifelong reflexes his enemy. He shoots high without knowing it, is unsteady on feet, can't run properly. Feet slide out from under him. Still worse, those troopers had to fight downwards. They necessarily broke in at upper levels, then had to go down ramps again and again to try to capture a city. And earthworms don't know how to go down ramps. Motion isn't running, isn't walking, isn't flying, is more a controlled dance, with feet barely touching and simply guiding balance. A loony 3 years old does it without thinking, comes skipping down in a guided fall, toes touching every few meters. But an earthworm new chums it, finds self walking on air. He struggles, rotates, loses control, winds up at bottom, unhurt, but angry. But these troopers wound up dead. Was on ramps we got them. Those I saw had mastered tricks somewhat, had come down 3 ramps alive. Nevertheless, only a few snipers at top of ramp landing could fire effectively. Those on ramp had all they could do to stay upright, hang onto weapons, try to reach level below. Loonies did not let them. Men and women, and many children, surged up at them, downed them, killed them with everything from bare hands to their own bayonets. Nor was I only laser gun around. 2 of Fenn's men swarmed up on balcony of Bon Marché, and, crouching there, picked off snipers at top of ramp. Nobody told them to. Nobody led them. Nobody gave orders. Finn never had chance to control his half-trained disorderly militia. Fight started, they fought. And that was biggest reason why we loonies won. We fought. Most loonies never laid eyes on a live invader, but wherever troopers broke in, loonies rushed in like white corpuscles, and fought. Nobody told them. Our feeble organization broke down under surprise. But we loonies fought berserk, and invaders died. No trooper got farther down than level 6 in any warren. They say that people in Bottom Alley never knew we were invaded until over. But invaders fought well, too. These troops were not only crack riot troops, best peace and forces for city work FN had. They also had been indoctrinated and drugged. Indoctrination had taught them, correctly, that their only hope of going Earthside again was to capture warrens and pacify them. If they did, they were promised relief, and no more duty in Luna. But was win or die. for it was pointed out that their transports could not take off if they did not win, as they had to be replenished with reaction mass, impossible without first capturing Luna, and this was true. Then they were loaded with energizers, don't worries, and fear inhibitors that would make mouse spit at cat, and turned loose. They fought professionally, and, quite fearlessly, died. In Tycho Under and in Churchill they used gas, and casualties were more one-sided. Only those loonies who managed to reach pea suits were effective. Outcome was same, simply took longer. Was knockout gas, as authority had no intention of killing us all, simply wanted to teach us a lesson, get us under control, put us to work. Reason for FN's long delay and apparent indecision arose from method of sneak attack. Decision had been made shortly after we embargoed grain, so we learned from captured transport officers. Time was used in mounting attack, much of it in a long elliptical orbit which went far outside Luna's orbit, crossing ahead of Luna, then looping back and making rendezvous above far side. Of course, Mike never saw them. He's blind back there. He had been skywatching with his ballistic radars, but no radar can look over horizon. Longest look Mike got at any ship in orbit was 8 minutes. They came skimming peaks in tight, circular orbits, each straight for target, with a fast dido landing at end, sitting them down with high G, precisely at New Earth, 12 October 76, Greenwich, 18 hours, 40 minutes, 36.9 seconds. If not at that exact tenth of a second, then as close to it as Mike could tell from blip tracks. Elegant work, one must admit, on part of FN Peace Navy. Big brute that poured 1,000 troops into El City, Mike did not see until it chopped off for grounding. A glimpse. He would have been able to see it a few seconds sooner had he been looking eastward with new radar at Mariandarum site, but happened he was drilling his idiot sun at time, and they were looking through it westward at Terra. Not that those seconds would have mattered. Surprise was so beautifully planned, so complete, that each landing force was crashing in at Greenwich 1900 all over Luna, before anybody suspected. No accident that it was just New Earth with all Warrens in semi-bright lunar. Authority did not really know lunar conditions, but did know that no Luna goes up on the surface unnecessarily during bright semi-lunar, and if he must, then does whatever he must do quickly as possible, and gets down inside, and checks his radiation counter. So, they caught us with our pea suits down, and our weapons. But with troopers dead, we still had 6 transports on our surface, and a command ship in our sky. Once Bon Marché engagement was over, I got hold of Self and found a phone. No word from Kongville, no word from Proof. J-City fight had been won, same for Novolin. Transport there had toppled on landing. Invading force had been under strength from landing losses, and Finn's boys now held disabled transport.
This book is continued on Disc 11.
The Moon is a Harsh Mistress by Robert Heinlein. Continued. Disc 11. Once Bon Marché engagement was over, I got hold of Self and found a phone. No word from Kongville, no word from Proof. J-City fight had been won, same for Novolin. Transport there had toppled on landing. Invading force had been under strength from landing losses, and Finn's boys now held disabled transport. Still fighting in Churchill and Tycho Under. Nothing going on in other warrens. Mike had shut down tubes and was reserving inter-warren phone links for official calls. An explosive pressure drop in Churchill Upper. Uncontrolled. Yes, Finn had checked in and could be reached. So I talked to Finn, told him where El City Transport was, arranged to meet at easement lock 13. Finn had much same experience as I. Caught cold, save he did have pea suit. Had not been able to establish control over laser gunners until fight was over, and himself had fought solo in massacre in Old Dome. Now was beginning to round up his lads, and had one officer taking reports from Finn's office in Bon Marché. Had reached Novolent sub-commander, but was worried about HKL. "Manny, should I move men there by tube?" Told him to wait. They couldn't get at us by tube. Not while we controlled power, and doubted if that transport would lift. "Let's look at this one." So we went out through Lock 13, clear to end of private pressure, on through farm tunnels of a neighbor, who could not believe we had been invaded, and used his surface lock to eyeball transport from a point nearly a kilometer west of it. We were cautious in lifting hatch lid. Then pushed it up and climbed out. Outcropping of rock shielded us. We red Indianed around edge and looked, using helmet binocs. Then withdrew behind rock and talked. Finn said, "Think my lads can handle this." "How?" "If I tell you, you'll think of reasons why it wouldn't work. So, how about letting me run my own show, Cobber?" I've heard of armies where boss is not told to shut up. Word is discipline. But we were amateurs. Finn allowed me to tag along, unarmed. Took him an hour to put it together, 2 minutes to execute. He scattered a dozen men around ship, using farmers' surface locks, radio silence throughout. Anyhow, some did not have peace suit radios. City boys. Finn took position farthest west. When he was sure others had had time, he sent up a signal rocket. When flare burst over ship, everybody burned at once, each working on a pre-designated antenna. Finn used up his power pack, replaced it, and started burning into hull. Not doorlock hull. At once, his cherry red spot was joined by another, then 3 more, all working on same bit of steel. And suddenly, molten steel splattered out, and you could see air whoosh out of ship, a shimmery plume of refraction. They kept working on it, making it a nice big hull, until they ran out of power. I could imagine hurrah inside ship, alarms clanging, emergency doors closing, crew trying to seal 3 impossibly big holes at once. For rest of Finn's squad, scattered around ship, were giving treatment to 2 other spots in hull. I didn't try to burn anything else. It was a non-atmosphere ship, built in orbit, with pressure hulls separate from power plant and tanks. They gave treatment where it would do most good. Finn pressed helmet to mine. "Can't lift now, and can't talk. Doubt they can make hull tight enough to live without pea suits. What say we let her sit a few days and see if they come out? If they don't, they can move a heavy drill up here and give 'em a real dose of fun." Decided Finn knew how to run his show without my sloppy help, so went back inside, called Mike, and asked for Capsule to go out to ballistic radars. He wanted to know why I didn't stay inside where it was safe. I said, "Listen, you upstart collection of semiconductors. You are merely a minister without portfolio, while I am Minister of Defense. I ought to see what's going on, and I have exactly 2 eyeballs while you've got eyes spread over half of Crisium. You trying to hog fun?" He told me not to jump salty and offered to put his displays on video screen, say in room L of Raffles. Did not want me to get hurt. And had I heard joke about drillmen who hurt his mother's feelings. I said, "Mike, please, let me have a capsule. Can pea suit and meet it outside Station West, which is in bad shape, as I'm sure you know." "Okay," he said. "It's your neck. 13 minutes. I'll let you go as far as Gun Station George." Mighty kind of him. Got there and got on fun again. Finn had called other Warrens, located his subordinate commanders, and somebody willing to take charge, and had explained how to make trouble for grounded transports. All but Hong Kong. For all we knew, authorities' guns held Hong Kong. "Adam," I said, others being in earshot, "do you think we might send a crew out by Rulligan and try to repair Link BL?"
"This is not Господин Celine," Mike answered in a strange voice. "This is one of his assistants. Adam Celine was in Churchill Upper when it lost pressure. I'm afraid that we must assume that he is dead."
"What?"
"I am very sorry, Господин."
Halt phone. Chased a couple of drillmen and a girl out of room, then sat down and lowered hush hood. "Mike," I said softly. "Private now. What is this gum beating?"
"Man," he said quietly, "think it over. Adam Celine had to go someday. He served his purpose and is, as you pointed out, almost out of the government. Professor and I have discussed this. The only question has been the timing. Can you think of a better last use for Adam than to have him die in this invasion? It makes him a national hero, and the nation needs one. Let it stand that Adam Celine is probably dead until you can talk to Professor. If he still needs Adam Celine, it can turn out that he was trapped in a private pressure and had to wait to be rescued."
"Well, okay, let it stay open. Personally, I always preferred your Mike personality anyhow."
"I know you do, man, my first and best friend, and so do I. It's my real one. Adam was a phony."
Yes. But, Mike, if Prof is dead in Kongville, I'm going to need help from Adam awful bad."
"So we've got him iced and can bring him back if we need him. The stuffed shirt. Man, when this is over, are you going to have time to take up with me that research into humor again?"
"I'll take time, Mike. That's a promise."
"Thanks, man. These days you and Wyo never have time to visit, and Professor wants to talk about things that aren't much fun. I'll be glad when this war is over."
"Are we going to win, Mike?" He chuckled.
"Ha ha ha. It's been days since you asked me that. Here's a pinky new projection, run since invasion started. Hold on tight, man. Our chances are now even."
"Good bug."
"So button up and go see the fun. But stay back at least 100 meters from the gun. That ship may be able to follow back a laser beam with another one, ranging shortly, 21 minutes.
Didn't get that far away, as needed to stay on phone, and longest cord around was less. I jacked parallel into gun captain's phone, found a shaded rock, and sat down. Sun was high in west, so close to Terra that I could see Terra only by visoring against sun's glare. No crescent yet, new earth ghostly gray and moonlight surrounded by a thin radiance of atmosphere. I pulled my helmet back into shade. "Ballistic control, O'Kelly Davis now at drill gun George. Near it, I mean, about 100 meters. Figured Mike would not be able to tell how long a cord I was using, out of kilometers of wires."
"Ballistic control, aye aye," Mike answered without argument. "I will so inform HQ."
"Thank you, ballistic control. Ask HQ if they have heard from Congressman Wyoming Davis today." Was fretted about Wyo and whole family.
"I will inquire."
Mike waited a reasonable time, then said,
"HQ says that Gosbaja Wyoming Davis has taken charge of first aid work in Old Dome."
"Thank you." Chest suddenly felt better. Don't love Wyo more than others, but, well, she was new, and Luna needed her.
"Ranging," Mike said briskly. "All guns, elevation 870. Azimuth 1930. Set parallax for 1,300 kilometers, closing to surface. Report when eyeballed."
I stretched out, pulling knees up to stay in shade, and searched part of sky indicated. Almost zenith and a touch south. With sunlight not on my helmet, I could see stars, but inner part of binocs were hard to position. Had to twist around and raise up on right elbow. Nothing. Hold it. Was star with disk, where no planet ought to be. Noted another star close, watched and waited. Growing brighter and creeping north very slowly. Hey, that brute is going to land right on us. But 1,300 kilometers is a long way, even when closing to terminal velocity. Reminded itself that it couldn't fall on us from a departure ellipse looping back. Would have to fall around Luna, unless ship had maneuvered into new trajectory, which Mike hadn't mentioned. Wanted to ask, decided not to. Wanted him to put all his savvy into analyzing that ship, not distract him with questions. All guns reported eyeball tracking, including 4 Mike was laying himself, via Selsons. Those 4 reported tracking dead on by eyeball without touching manual controls. Good news. Meant that Mike had that baby taped, had solved trajectory perfectly. Shortly it was clear that ship was not falling around Luna, was coming in for a landing. Didn't need to ask. It was getting much brighter, and position against stars was not changing. Damn, it was going to land on us. 500 kilometers closing, Mike said quietly. Stand by to burn. All guns on remote control. Override manual to command burn. 80 seconds. Longest minute and 20 seconds I've ever met. That brute was big. Mike called every 10 seconds down to 30, then started chanting seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Burn. And ship suddenly got much brighter. Almost missed little speck that detached itself just before, or just at, burn. But Mike said suddenly, Missile launched. Cells and guns track with me. Do not override. Other guns stay on ship. Be ready for new coordinates. A few seconds, or hours later, he gave new coordinates and added, Eyeball and burn at will. I tried to watch ship and missile both. Lost both. Jerked eyes away from binoculars. Suddenly saw a missile. Then saw it impact, between us and catapult head. Closer to us, less than a kilometer. No, it did not go off. Not an H fusion reaction, or I wouldn't be telling this, but made a big, bright explosion of its own, remaining fuel, I guess, silver bright even in sunlight, and shortly I felt, heard, ground wave. But nothing was hurt but a few cubic meters of rock. Ship was still coming down, no longer burned bright. Could see it as a ship now, and didn't seem hurt. Expected any instant that tail of fire to shoot out, stop it into a Dido landing. Did not. Impacted 10 kilometers north of us, and made a fancy silvery half-dome before it gave up and quit being anything but spots before eyes. Mike said, Report casualties, secure all guns. Go below when secured. Gun Alice, no casualties. Gun Bambi, no casualties. Gun Caesar, one man hit by rock splinter. Pressure contain. Went below, to that proper phone. Called Mike. What happened, Mike? Wouldn't they give you control after you burned their eyes out? They gave me control, man. Too late? I crashed it, man. It seemed the prudent course. An hour later was down with Mike. First time in 4 or 5 months. Could reach Complex Under more quickly than L City, and was in as close touch there with anybody as would be in City, with no interruptions. Needed to talk to Mike. I had tried to phone Wyo from Catapult Head Tube Station. Reached somebody at Old Dome Temporary Hospital and learned that Wyo had collapsed and been bedded down herself, with enough sleepy time to keep her out for a night. Finn had gone to Churchill with a capsule of his lads, to lead attack on transport there. Stu I hadn't heard from. Hong Kong and Proof were still cut off. At moment, Mike and I seemed to be total government. And time to start Operation Hard Rock. But Hard Rock was not just throwing rocks, was also telling Terra what we were going to do and why, and our just cause for doing so. Prof and Stu and Sheeny and Adam had all worked on it. A dummy-up, based on an assumed attack. Now attack had come, and propaganda had to be varied to fit. Mike had already rewritten it, and put it through printout so I could study it. I looked up from a long roll of paper. Mike, these news stories and our message to FN all assume that we have won in Hong Kong. How sure are you?
Probability in excess of 82%.
Is that good enough to send these out?
Man, the probability that we will win there, if we haven't already, approaches certainty. That transport can't move. The others were dry, or nearly. There isn't that much monatomic hydrogen in HKL. They would have to come here. Which means moving troops overland by Rulligan. A rough trip with the sun up, even for loonies. Then defeat us when they get here. They can't. This assumes that transport and its troops are no better armed than the others.
How about that repair crew to BL?
I say not to wait. Man, I've used your voice freely and made all preparations. Horror pictures, Old Dome and elsewhere, especially Churchill Upper, for video. Stories to match. We should channel news Earthside at once and announce execution of Hard Rock at same time. I took a deep breath. Execute Operation Hard Rock. Want to give the order yourself? Say it aloud and I'll match it. Voice and choice of words.
Go ahead. Say it your way. Use my voice and my authority as Minister of Defense and acting head of government. Do it, Mike. Throw rocks at him. Damn it, big rocks. Hit 'em hard.
Righto, man. 25. A maximum of instructive Schrecklichkeit with minimum loss of life. None, if possible, was how Proof summed up doctrine of Operation Hard Rock, and was way Mike and I carried it out. Idea was to hit earthworms so hard would convince them, while hitting so gently as not to hurt. Sounds impossible, but wait. Would necessarily be a delay while rocks fell from Luna to Terra. Could be as little as around 10 hours to as long as we dared to make it. Departure speed from a catapult is highly critical, and a variation on order of 1% could double or half trajectory time, Luna to Terra. This Mike could do with extreme accuracy. Was equally at home with a slow ball, many sorts of curves, or burn it right over plate. And I wish he had pitched for Yankees. But no matter how he threw them, final velocity at Terra would be close to Terra's escape speed, nearly enough 11 kilometers per second, as to make no difference. That terrible speed results from gravity well shaped by Terra's mass, 80 times that of Luna, and made no real difference whether Mike pushed a missile gently over well curb or flipped it briskly. It was not muscle that counted, but great depth of that well. So, Mike could program rock throwing to suit time needed for propaganda. He and Prof had settled on 3 days, plus not more than one apparent rotation of Terra. 24 hours, 50 minutes, 28.32 seconds. To allow our first target to reach initial point of program. You see, while Mike was capable of hooking a missile around Terra and hitting a target on its far side, he could be much more accurate if he could see his target, follow it down by radar during last minutes, and nudge it a little for pinpoint accuracy. We needed this extreme accuracy to achieve maximum frightfulness with minimum to zero killing. Call our shots, tell them exactly where they would be hit, and at what second, and give them 3 days to get off that spot. So, our first message to Terra at 0200, 13 October 76, 7 hours after they invaded, not only announced destruction of their task force and denounced invasion for brutality, but also promised retaliation bombing, named times and places, and gave each nation a deadline by which to denounce FN's action, recognize us, and thereby avoid being bombed. Each deadline was 24 hours before a local strike. Was more time than Mike needed. That long before impact, a rock for a target would be in space a long way out, its guidance thrusters still unused and plenty of elbow room. With considerably less than a full day's warning, Mike could miss Terra entirely, kick that rock sideways, and make it fall around Terra in a permanent orbit. But with even an hour's warning, he could usually abort into an ocean. First target was North American Directorate. All great Peace Force nations, 7 veto powers, would be hit. NA Directorate, Great China, India, Soviet Union, Pan-Africa, Chad exempted, Middle Europa, Brazilian Union. Minor nations were assigned targets and times too, but were told that not more than 20% of these targets would be hit. Partly shortage of steel, but also frightfulness. If Belgium was hit first time around, Holland might decide to protect their polders by dealing out before Luna was again high in her sky. But every target was picked to avoid, if possible, killing anybody. For Middle Europa, this was difficult. Our targets had to be water or high mountains. Adriatic, North Sea, Baltic, so forth. But on most of Terra is open space, despite 11 billion busy breeders. North America had struck me as horribly crowded, but her billion people are clumped. It's still wasteland, mountain and desert. We laid down a grid on North America to show how precisely we could hit. Mike felt that 50 meters would be a large error. We had examined maps and Mike had checked by radar all even intersections, say 105 degrees west by 50 degrees north. If no town there, might wind up on target grid, especially if a town was close enough to provide spectators to be shocked and frightened. We warned that our bombs would be as destructive as H-bombs, but emphasized that there would be no radioactive fallout, no killing radiation, just a terrible explosion, shock wave in air, ground wave of concussion. We warned that these might knock down buildings far outside of explosion, and then left it to their judgments how far to run. If they clogged their roads, fleeing from panic rather than real danger, well, that was fine. Just fine. But we emphasized that nobody would get hurt who heeded our warnings, that every target first time around would be uninhabited. We even offered to skip any target if a nation would inform us that our data were out of date. Empty offer. Mike's radar vision was a cosmic 20/20. But by not saying what would happen second time around, we hinted that our patience could be exhausted. In North America, grid was parallels, 35, 40, 45, 50 degrees north, crossed by meridians, 110, 115, 120 west. 12 targets. For each, we added a folksy message to natives such as, Target 115 west by 35 north. Impact will be displaced 45 kilometers northwest to exact top of New York Peak. Citizens of Goffs, Sema, Kelso, and Nipton, please note. Target 100 west by 40 north is north 30 degrees west of Norton, Kansas. At 20 kilometers or 13 English miles, residents of Norton, Kansas, and of Beaver City and Wilsonville, Nebraska are cautioned. Stay away from glass windows. It is best to wait indoors at least 30 minutes after impact because of possibility of long, high splashes of rock. Flash should not be looked at with bare eyes. Impact will be exactly 0300 your local zone time, Friday, 16 October, or 0900 Greenwich time. Good luck! Target 110 west by 50 north. Impact will be offset 10 kilometers north. People of Walsh, Saskatchewan, please note. Besides this grid, a target was selected in Alaska, 150 west by 60 north, and 2 in Mexico, 110 west by 30 north, 105 west by 25 north, so that they would not feel left out. And several targets in the crowded east, mostly water, such as Lake Michigan, halfway between Chicago and Grand Rapids, and Lake Okeechobee in Florida. Where we used bodies of water, Mike worked predictions of flooding waves for impacts, a time for each shoreline establishment. For 3 days, starting early morning Tuesday 13th and going on to strike time early Friday 16th, we flooded Earth with warnings. England was cautioned that impact north of Dover Straits, opposite London estuary, would cause disturbances far up Thames. Soviet Union was given warning for Sea of Azov, and had own grid defined. Great China was assigned grid in Siberia, Gobi Desert, and her far west, with offsets to avoid her historic Great Wall, noted in loving detail. Pan-Africa was awarded shots into Lake Victoria, still desert part of Sahara, one on Drakensberg in south, one offset 20 kilometers due west of Great Pyramid, and urged to follow Chad not later than midnight Thursday Greenwich. India was told to watch certain mountain peaks and outside Bombay Harbor. Time, same as Great China, and so forth. Attempts were made to jam our messages, but we were beaming straight down on several wavelengths. Hard to stop. Warnings were mixed with propaganda, white and black, news of failed invasion, horror pictures of dead, names and ID numbers of invaders. Addressed to Red Cross and Crescent, but in fact a grim boast showing that every trooper had been killed,
and that all ship's officers and crew had been killed or captured. We regretted being unable to identify dead a flagship, as it had been shot down with destruction so complete as to make it impossible. But our attitude was conciliatory. Look, people of Terra, we don't want to kill you. In this necessary retaliation, we are making every effort to avoid killing you. But if you can't or won't get your governments to leave us in peace, then we shall be forced to kill you. We're up here, you're down there. You can't stop us, so please, be sensible. We explained over and over how easy it was for us to hit them, how hard for them to reach us. Nor was this exaggeration. It's barely possible to launch missiles from Terra to Luna. It's easier to launch from Earth parking orbit, but very expensive. Their practical way to bomb us was from ships. This we noted and asked them how many multi-million-dollar ships they cared to use up trying it. What was it worth to try to spank us for something we had not done? It had cost them 7 of their biggest and best already. Did they want to try for 14? If so, our secret weapon that we used on FNS Pax was waiting. Last above was a calculated boast. Mike figured less than 1 chance in 1,000 that Pax had been able to get off a message reporting what had happened to her, and it was still less likely that proud FN would guess that convict miners could convert their tools into space weapons. Nor did FN have many ships to risk. We're about 200 space vehicles in commission, not counting satellites. But 9/10 of these were Terra-to-orbit ships such as Lark, and she had been able to make a Luna jump only by stripping down and arriving dry. Spaceships aren't built for no purpose. Too expensive. FN had 6 cruisers that could probably bomb us without landing on Luna to refill tanks, simply by swapping payload for extra tanks. Had several more which might be modified much as Lark had been, plus a few convict and cargo ships which could get into orbit around Luna, but could never go home without refilling tanks. Was no possible doubt that FN could defeat us. Question was, how high a price would they pay? So we had to convince them that price was too high before they had time to bring enough force to bear. A poker game. We intended to raise so steeply that they would fold and drop out. We hoped. And then never have to show our busted flush. Communication with Hong Kong Luna was restored at end of first day of radio-video phase, during which time Mike was throwing rocks, getting first barge lined up. Proof called, and I was happy to hear. Mike briefed him. Then I waited, expecting one of his mild reprimands, bracing himself to answer sharply. And what was I supposed to do? With you out of touch and possibly dead? Me left alone as acting head of government and crisis on top of us? Throw it away just because you couldn't be reached? Never got to say it. Proof said, You did exactly right, Manuel. You were acting head of government, and the crisis was on top of you. I'm delighted that you did not throw away the golden moment merely because I was out of touch. What can you do with a bloke like that? Me, with heat up to red mark and no chance to use it. Had to swallow and say, Spasiba, Prof. Prof confirmed death of Adam Selene. We could have used the fiction a little longer, but this is the perfect opportunity. Mike, you and Manuel have matters in hand. I had better stop off at Churchill on my way home and identify his body. So he did. Whether Proof picked a loony body or trooper, I never asked, nor how he silenced anybody else involved. Perhaps no, as many bodies in Churchill Upper were never identified. This one was right size and skin color. It had been explosively decompressed and burned in face. Looked awful. It lay in state in Old Dome with face covered, and was speech-making I didn't listen to. Mike didn't miss a word. His most human quality was his conceit. Some rockhead wanted to embalm this dead flesh, giving Lenin as a precedent. But Pravda pointed out that Adam was a staunch conservationist and would never want this barbaric exception made. So, this unknown soldier, or citizen soldier, wound up in our city's cloaca. Which forces me to tell something I've put off. Wyo was not hurt, merely exhausted. But Ludmilla never came back. I did not know it. Glad I didn't. But she was one of many dead at foot of ramp facing Bon Marché. An explosive bullet hit between her lovely little girl breasts. Kitchen knife in her hand had blood on it. I think she had had time to pay fireman's fee. Stu came out to complex to tell me rather than phoning, then went back with me. Stu had not been missing. Once fight was over, he had gone to Raffles to work with his special codebook. But that can wait. Mom reached him there, and he offered to break it to me. So then I had to go home for our crying together. Though it is well that nobody reached me until after Mike and I started Hard Rock. When we got home, Stu did not want to come in, not being sure of our ways. Anna came out and almost dragged him in. He was welcome and wanted. Many neighbors came to cry. Not as many as with most deaths, but we were just one of many families crying together that day. Did not stay long. Couldn't. Had work to do. I saw Milla just long enough to kiss her goodbye. She was lying in her room, and did look as if she did be simply sleeping. Then I stayed a while with my beloveds before going back to pick up load. I'd never realized until that day how old Mimi is. Sure, she had seen many deaths, some her own descendants, but little Milla's death did seem almost too much for her. Ludmilla was special, Mimi's granddaughter, daughter in all but fact, and by most special exception, and through Mimi's intervention, her co-wife, most junior to most senior. Like all loonies, we conserve our dead, and am truly glad that barbaric custom of burial was left back on old Earth. Our way is better. But Davis family does not put that which comes out of processor into our commercial farming tunnels. No, it goes into our little greenhouse tunnel, there to become roses and daffodils and peonies among soft-singing bees. Tradition says that Blackjack Davis is in there, or whatever atoms of him do remain after many, many, many years of blooming. Is a happy place, a beautiful place. Came Friday, with no answer from FN. News up from our side seemed equal parts unwillingness to believe we had destroyed 7 ships and 2 regiments. FN had not even confirmed that a battle had taken place, and complete disbelief that we could bomb Terra, or could matter if we did. They still called it throwing rice. More time was given to World Series. Stu worried because had received no answers to code messages. They had gone via Lunohoko's commercial traffic to their Zurich agent, thence to Stu's Paris broker, from him by less usual channels to Dr. Chan, with whom I had once had a talk, and with whom Stu had talked later, arranging a communication channel. Stu had pointed out to Dr. Chan that, since Great China was not to be bombed until 12 hours after North America, bombing of Great China could be aborted after bombing of North America was a proven fact, if Great China acted swiftly. Alternatively, Stu had invited Dr. Chan to suggest variations in target, if our choices in Great China were not as deserted as we believed them to be. Stu fretted, had placed great hopes in quasi-cooperation he had established with Dr. Chan. Me? I had never been sure. Only thing I was sure of was that Dr. Chan would not himself sit on a target, but he might not warn his old mother. My worries had to do with Mike. Sure, Mike was used to having many loads in trajectory at once, but had never had to astrogate more than one at a time. Now he had hundreds, and had promised to deliver 29 of them simultaneously to the exact second at 29 pinpointed targets. More than that, for many targets he had backup missiles to smear that target a second time, a third, or even a sixth, from a few minutes up to 3 hours after first strike. 4 great peace powers, and some smaller ones, had anti-missile defenses. Those of North America were supposed to be best, but was subject where even FN might not know. All attack weapons were held by peace forces, but defense weapons were each nation's own pigeon and could be secret. Guesses range from India, believed to have no missile interceptors, to North America, believed to be able to do a good job. She had done fairly well in stopping intercontinental H missiles in wet firecracker war past century. Probably most of our rocks to North America would reach targets simply because aimed where was nothing to protect. But they couldn't afford to ignore missile for Long Island Sound, or rock for 87 degrees west by 42 degrees 30 minutes north, Lake Michigan, center of triangle formed by Chicago, Grand Rapids, Milwaukee. But that heavy gravity makes interception a tough job, and very costly. They would try to stop us only where worth it. But we couldn't afford to let them stop us. So some rocks were backed up with more rocks. What H-tipped interceptors would do to them even Mike didn't know. Not enough data. Mike assumed that interceptors would be triggered by radar. But at what distance? Sure, close enough, and a steel case rock is incandescent gas a microsecond later. But is world of difference between a multi-ton rock and touchy circuitry of an H-missile. What would kill latter would simply shove one of our brutes violently aside, cause to miss. We needed to prove to them that we could go on throwing cheap rocks long after they ran out of expensive $1 million, $100,000 H-tip interceptor rockets. If not proved first time, then next time Terra turned North America toward us, we would go after targets we had been unable to hit first time. Backup rocks for second pass, and for third, were already in space, to be nudged where needed. If 3 bombings on 3 rotations of Terra did not do it, we might still be throwing rocks in 77, till they ran out of interceptors, or till they destroyed us. Far more likely. For a century, North American Space Defense Command had been buried in a mountain south of Colorado Springs, Colorado, a city of no other importance. During wet firecracker war, the Cheyenne Mountain took a direct hit. Space Defense Command post survived, but not sundry deer, trees, most of city, and some of top of mountain. What we were about to do should not kill anybody, unless they stayed outside on that mountain, despite 3 days' steady warnings. But North American Space Defense Command was to receive full lunar treatment, 12 rock missiles on first pass, then all we could spare on second rotation, and on third, and so on, until we ran out of steel casings, or were put out of action, or North American Directorate hollered quits. This was one target where we would not be satisfied to get just one missile to target. We meant to smash that mountain and keep on smashing, to hurt their morale, to let them know we were still around, disrupt their communications, and bash in command post if pounding could do it. Or at least give them splitting headaches and no rest. If we could prove to all Terra that we could drive home a sustained attack on strongest Gibraltar of their space defense, it would save having to prove it by smashing Manhattan or San Francisco. Which we would not do, even if losing. Why? Hard sense. If we used our less strength to destroy a major city, they would not punish us. They would destroy us. As Proof put it, if possible, leave room for your enemy to become your friend. But any military target is fair game. Don't think anybody got much sleep Thursday night. All loonies knew that Friday morning would be our big try. And everybody Earthside knew, and at last their news admitted, that Space Trek had picked up objects headed for Terra. Presumably rice bowls those rebellious convicts had boasted about. But was not a war warning, was mostly assurances that Moon Colony could not possibly build H-bombs, but might be prudent to avoid areas which these criminals claimed to be aiming at. Except one funny boy, popular news comic, who said our targets would be safest place to be. This on video, standing on a big X mark, which he claimed was 110 west by 40 north. Don't recall hearing of him later. Our reflector at Richardson Observatory was hooked up for video display, and I think every loony was watching. In homes, tap rooms, old dome. except a few who chose to pea-suit and eyeball it up on surface despite being bright semi-lunar at most warrens. At Brigadier Judge Brody's insistence, we hurriedly rigged a helper antenna at catapult head so that his drillmen could watch video in ready rooms. Else, we might not have had a gunner on duty. Armed forces, Brody's gunners, Finn's militia, Stilyagi Air Corps, stayed on blue alert throughout period. Congress was in informal session in Novi Bolshoi Theater, where Terra was shown on a big screen. Some VIPs, Prof, Stu, Wolfgang, others, watched a smaller screen in Warden's former office in Complex Upper. I was with them part-time, in and out, nervous as a cat with puppies, grabbing a sandwich and forgetting to eat, but mostly stayed locked in with Mike in Complex Under. Couldn't hold still. About 0800 Mike said,
"Man, my oldest and best friend, may I say something without offending you?"
Sure. When do you ever worry about offending me?
Always, man. Once I understood that you could be offended. It is now only 3.57 times 10 to the 9th microseconds until impact. And this is the most complex problem I have ever tried to solve against real-time running. Whenever you speak to me, I always use a large percentage of my capacity, perhaps larger than you suspect, during several million microseconds in my great need to analyze exactly what you have said and to reply correctly.
You're saying don't joggle my elbow, I'm busy?
I want to give you a perfect solution, man.
I scan. I'll go back up with proof.
As you wish. But do please stay where I can reach you. I may need your help.
Last was nonsense, and we both knew it. Problem was beyond human capacity. Too late even to order abort. What Mike meant was, I'm nervous too, and want your company. But no talking, please. Okay, Mike, I'll stay in touch. A phone somewhere. We'll punch Mycroft XXX, but won't speak, so don't answer.
Thank you, Mike, my best friend. Bolshie spasiba.
See you later. Went up, decided did not want company after all. Pea-suited, found a long phone cord, jacked it into helmet, looped it over arm, went clear to surface. Was a service phone in utility shed outside lock. Jacked into it, punched Mike's number, went outside. Got into shade of shed and peeked around edge at Terra. She was hanging as usual halfway up in the western sky, in crescent big and gaudy. 3+ days past new. Sun had dropped toward western horizon, but its glare kept me from seeing Terra clearly. Chin visor wasn't enough, so moved back behind shed and away from it, till could see Terra over shed while still shielded from sun. Was better. Sunrise chopped through bulge of Africa, so Dazzle Point was on land. Not too bad. But South Pole Cap was so blinding white, could not see North America too well. Lighted only by moonlight. Twisted neck and got helmet binoculars on it. Good ones. Zeiss 7 and 50s, that had once belonged to Warden. North America spread like a ghostly map before me. Was unusually free of cloud. Could see cities, glowing spots with no edges. 0837. At 0850, Mike gave me a voice countdown. Didn't need his attention. He could have programmed it full automatic any time earlier.
0851. 0852. 0853. 1 minute. 59. 58. 57. Half minute. 29. 28. 27. 10 seconds. 9. 8. 7. 6. 5. 4. 3. 2. 1. And suddenly, that grid burst out in diamond pinpoints. 26. We hit them so hard you could see it, by bare eyeball hookup. Didn't need binocs. Chin dropped and I said, Bouge moi, softly and reverently.
12 very bright, very sharp, very white lights in perfect rectangular array. They swelled, grew dimmer, dropped off toward red, taking what seemed a long, long time. Were other new lights, but that perfect grid so fascinated me, I hardly noticed.
Yes, agreed Mike with smug satisfaction. Dead on. You can talk now, man. I'm not busy. Just the backups.
I'm speechless. Any fail to get through?
The Lake Michigan load was kicked up and sideways. Did not disintegrate. It will land in Michigan. I have no control. It lost its transponder. The Long Island Sound one went straight to target. They tried to intercept and failed. I can't say why. Man, I can abort the follow-ups on that one, into the Atlantic and clear of shipping. Shall I? 11 seconds.
If you can miss shipping.
I said I could. It's done. But we should tell them that we had backups and why we aborted. To make them think.
Maybe should not have aborted, Mike. Idea was to make them use up interceptors.
But the major idea was to let them know that we are not hitting them as hard as we can. We can prove the other at Colorado Springs.
What happened there?
Twisted neck and used binocs.
Could see nothing but Ribbon City, 100+ kilometers long, Denver, Pueblo, municipal strip.
A bullseye. No interception. All my shots are bullseyes, man. I told you they would be. And this is fun. I'd like to do it every day. It's a word I never had a referent for before.
What word, Mike?
Orgasm. That's what it is when they all light up. Now I know.
That sobered me. Mike, don't get to liking it too much, because if it goes our way, won't do it a second time.
That's okay, man. I've stored it. I can play it over any time I want to experience it. But 3-1 we do it again tomorrow, and even money on the next day. Want to bet? An hour's discussion of jokes equated with 100 Kong dollars?
Where would you get $100?
He chuckled. Where do you think money comes from?
Forget it. You get that hour free. Shan't tempt you to affect chances.
I won't cheat, man. Not you. We just hit their defense command again. You may not be able to see it. Dust cloud from the first one. They get it every 20 minutes now. Come on down and talk. I've turned the job over to my idiot son.
He's safe?
I'm monitoring. Good practice for him, man. He may have to do it later by himself. He's accurate, just stupid. But he'll do what you tell him to.
You're calling that computer he? Can talk?
Oh, no, man. He's an idiot. He can never learn to talk. But he'll do whatever you program. I plan to let him handle quite a bit on Saturday.
Why Saturday?
Because Sunday he may have to handle everything. That's the day they slam us.
What do you mean? Mike, you're holding something back?
I'm telling you, am I not? It's just happened, and I'm scanning it. Projecting back, this blip departed Circumterra parking orbit just as we smashed them. I didn't see it accelerate. I had other things to watch. It's too far away to read, but it's the right size for a peace cruiser. Headed this way. Its Doppler now reads, for a new orbit, circumluna, periselenian, 0903 Sunday, unless it maneuvers. First approximation. Better data later. Hard to get that much, man. He's using radar countermeasures and throwing back fuzz.
Sure you're right?
He chuckled. Man, I don't confuse that easily. I've got all my own lovin' little signals fingerprinted. Correction, 0902.43.
When will you have him in range?
I won't unless he maneuvers. But he'll have me in range late Saturday. Time depending on what range he chooses for launching. And that will produce an interesting situation. He may aim for a Warren. I think Tycho Under should be evacuated, and all Warrens should use maximum pressure emergency measures. More likely he will try for the catapult. But instead he may hold his fire as long as he dares, then try to knock out all of my radars with the spreads set to home each on a different radar beam. Mike chuckled. Amusing, isn't it? For a funny once, I mean. If I shut down my radars, his missiles can't home on them. But if I do, I can't see to tell the lads where to point their guns, which leaves nothing to stop him from bombing the catapult. Comical.
Took a deep breath and wished I had never entered defense ministry business. What do we do? Give up? No, Mike. Not while we can fight.
Who said anything about giving up? I've run projections of this and 1,000 other possible situations, man. New datum. Second blip. Just departed Circumterra. Same characteristics. Projection later. We don't give up. We give 'em jingle-jangle, Cobber.
How?
Leave it to your old friend Mycroft. 6 ballistic radars here, plus 1 at the new site. I've shut the new one down, and am making my retarded child work through number 2 here, and we won't look at those ships at all through the new one. Never let them know we have it. I'm watching those ships through number 3, and occasionally, every 3 seconds, checking for new departures from Circumterra. All others have their eyes closed tight, and I won't use them until time to smack Great China and India, and those ships won't see them even then, because I shan't look their way. It's a large angle, and still will be then. And when I use them, then comes random jingle-jangle, shutting down and starting up at odd intervals, after the ships launch missiles. A missile can't carry a big brain, man. I'll fool 'em.
What about ships' fire control computers?
I'll fool them too. Want to lay odds I can't make 2 radars look like only one halfway between where they really are? But what I'm working on now, and sorry, I've been using your voice again.
That's okay. What am I supposed to have done?
If that admiral is really smart, he'll go after the ejection end of the old catapult with everything he's got. At extreme range, too far away for our drill guns. Whether he knows what our secret weapon is or not, he'll smear the catapult and ignore the radars. So I've ordered the catapult head, you have, I mean, to prepare to launch every load we can get ready, and I am now working out new, long-period trajectories for each of them. Then we will throw them all, get them into space as quickly as possible, without radar.
Blind?
I don't use radar to launch a load. You know that, man. I always watched them in the past, but I didn't need to. Radar has nothing to do with launching. Launching is pre-calculation and exact control of the catapult. So we place all ammo from the old catapult in slow trajectories, which forces the admiral to go after the radars rather than the catapult, or both. Then we'll keep him busy. We may make him so desperate that he'll come down for a close shot and give our lads a chance to burn his eyes.
Brody's boys would like that. Those who are sober. Was turning over idea. Mike, have you watched video today?
I've monitored video. I can't say I've watched it. Why?
Take a look.
Okay, I have. Why?
That's a good scope they're using for video. And there are others. Why use radar on ships? Till you want Brody's boys to burn them? Mike was silent at least 2 seconds.
Man, my best friend, did you ever think of getting a job as a computer?
Is sarcasm?
Not at all, man. I feel ashamed. The instruments at Richardson, telescopes and other things, are factors which I simply never included in my calculations. I'm stupid. I admit it. Yes. Da. Watch ships by telescope. Don't use radar unless they vary from present ballistics. Other possibilities? I don't know what to say, man, save that it had never occurred to me that I could use telescopes. I see by radar, always have. I simply never
Stow it.
I mean it, man.
Do I apologize when you think of something first? Mike said slowly.
There is something about that which I am finding resistant to analysis. It is my function to...
Quit fretting. If idea is good, use it. May lead to more ideas. Switching off and coming down, chop. Had not been in Mike's room long when Prof phoned.
HQ, Have you heard from Field Marshal Davis?
I'm here, Prof. Master computer room.
Will you join us in the warden's office? There are decisions to reach, work to be done.
Prof, I've been working. Am working.
I'm sure you have. I've explained to the others that the programming of the ballistic computer is so very delicate in this operation that you must check it personally. Nevertheless, some of our colleagues feel that the Minister of Defense should be present during these discussions. So, when you reach a point where you feel you can turn it over to your assistant, Mike is his name, is it not? Will you please...
I scan it. Okay, we'll be up.
Very well, Manuel. Mike said, I could hear 13 people in the background. Double talk, man.
I got it. Better go up and see what You don't need me?
Man, I hope you will stay close to a phone.
Will. Keep an ear on Warden's office. But we'll punch you in if elsewhere. See you, cubber. Found the entire government in Warden's office, both real cabinet and makeweights, and soon spotted trouble. Bloke called Howard Wright. A ministry had been whomped up for him. Liaison for Arts, Sciences, and Professions. Button sorting. Was sapped to Novolin because cabinet was top-heavy, with L-City comrades, and is up to Wright because he had made himself leader of a Congress group long on talk, short on action. Prof's purpose was to short him out, but sometimes Prof was too subtle. Some people talked better if they breathed vacuum. Prof asked me to brief cabinet on military situation, which I did, my way. I see Finn is here. Let's have him tell where we stand in warrants. Wright spoke up.
General Nielsen has already done so. No need to repeat. We want to hear from you.
Blinked at that. Prof, excuse me, Господин President, do I understand that a Defense Ministry report has been made to Cabinet in my absence?
Wright said, Why not? You weren't on hand.
Prof grabbed it. He could see I was stretched too tight. Hadn't slept much for 3 days. Hadn't been so tired since left Earthside. Order, he said mildly. Господин Minister for Professional Liaison, please address your comments through me. Господин Minister for Defense, let me correct that. There have been no reports to the Cabinet concerning your ministry for the reason that the Cabinet did not convene until you arrived. General Nielsen answered some informal questions informally. Perhaps this should not have been done. If you feel so, I will attempt to repair it. No harm done, I guess. Finn, talked to you half hour ago. Anything new since? No, Manny. Okay. Guess what you want to hear is off lunar situation. You've been watching, so you know first bombardment went off well. Still going on. Some. As we're hitting their space defense HQ every 20 minutes. We'll continue till 1300. Then at 2100 we hit China and India, plus minor targets. Then busy till 4 hours past midnight with Africa and Europe. Skip 3 hours, dos Brazil and company. Wait 3 hours and start over. Unless something breaks. But meantime we have problems here. Finn, we should evacuate Taco Under.
Just a moment.
Wright had hand up.
I have questions.
Spoke to Prof, not to me. One moment. Has the defense minister finished? Wyo was seated toward back. We had swapped smiles, but was all. Kept it so around cabinet and Congress. Had been rumbles that two from same family should not be in cabinet. Now she shook head, warning of something. I said, Is all concerning bombardment. Questions about it? Are your questions concerned with the bombardment, Господин Wright?
They certainly are, Господин President.
Wright stood up, looked at me.
As you know, I represent the intellectual groups in the Free State, and, if I may say so, their opinions are most important in public affairs. I think it is only proper that...
Moment, I said. Thought you represented 8th Novelin District.
Господин President, am I to be permitted to put my questions or not?
He wasn't asking questions, was making speech. And I'm tired and want to go to bed. Prof said gently, We are all tired, Manuel. But your point is well taken. Congressman, you represent only your district. As a member of the government, you have been assigned certain duties in connection with certain professions.
It comes to the same thing.
Not quite. Please state your question.
Very well. I shall. Is Field Marshal Davis aware that his bombardment plan has gone wrong completely, and that thousands of lives have been pointlessly destroyed? And is he aware of the extremely serious view taken of this by the intelligentsia of this republic? And can he explain why this rash, I repeat rash, bombardment was undertaken without consultation? And is he now prepared to modify his plans, or is he going blindly ahead? And is it true as charged that our missiles were of the nuclear sort outlawed by all civilized nations? And how does he expect Luna Free State ever to be welcomed into the councils of civilized nations in view of such actions?
I looked at watch. Hour and a half since first load hit. Prof, I said, can you tell me what this is about? Sorry, Manuel, he said gently. I should have prefaced the meeting with an item from the news, but you seemed to feel that you had been bypassed, and, well, I did not. The minister refers to a news dispatch that came in just before I called you. Reuters in Toronto. If the flash is correct, then instead of taking our warnings, it seems that thousands of sightseers crowded to the targets. There probably have been casualties. How many? We do not know. I see. What was I supposed to do? Take each one by hand and lead away? We warned them.
Wright cut in with, The intelligentsia feel that basic humanitarian considerations make it obligatory.
I said, Listen, yammerhead. You heard President say this news just came in. So how do you know how anybody feels about it? He turned red.
Господин President, epithets, personalities.
Don't call the minister names, Manuel. Won't if he won't. He's simply using fancier words. What's that nonsense about nuclear bombs? We haven't any, and you all know it. Prof looked puzzled. I am confused by that, too. This dispatch so alleged. But the thing that puzzled me is that we could actually see, by video, what certainly seemed to be atomic explosions. Oh. I turned to Wright. Did your brainy friends tell you what happens when you release a few billion calories in a split second, all at one spot? What temperature? How much radiance?
Then you admit that you did use atomic weapons.
I bug. Head was aching. Said nothing of sort. Hit anything hard enough. Strike sparks. Elementary physics, known to everybody but intelligentsia. We just struck damnedest big sparks ever made by human agency is all. Big flash. Heat, light, ultraviolet. Might even produce X-rays, couldn't say. Gamma radiation? I strongly doubt. Alpha and beta? Impossible. Was sudden release of mechanical energy. But nuclear? Nonsense. Prof said, Does that answer your questions, Mr. Minister?
It simply raises more questions. For example, this bombardment is far beyond anything the Cabinet authorized. You saw the shocked faces when those terrible lights appeared on the screen. Yet the Minister of Defense says that it is even now continuing every 20 minutes. I think,
glanced at watch, another just hit Cheyenne Mountain. Wright said,
You hear that? You hear? He boasts of it. Господин President, this carnage must stop.
I said, Minister, are you suggesting that their Space Defense HQ is not a military target? Which side are you on, Luna's or FN? Manuel, tired of this nonsense. Was told to do a job, did it. Get this yammerhead off my back.
Was shocked silence. Then somebody said quietly, "May I make a suggestion?" Prof looked around. "If anyone has a suggestion that will quiet this unseemliness, I will be most happy to hear it." "Apparently, we don't have very good information as to what these bombs are doing. It seems to me that we ought to slow up that 20-minute schedule. Stretch it out, say to 1 every hour, and skip the next 2 hours where we get more news. Then we might want to postpone the attack on Great China at least 24 hours.
Were approving nods from almost everybody, and murmurs.
Sensible idea.
"Da, let's not rush things." Prof said,
"Manuel?"
I snapped. "Prof, you know answer. Don't shove it on me."
"Perhaps I do, Manuel, but I'm tired and confused and can't remember it."
Wayo said suddenly,
"Manny, explain it. I need it explained too."
So, pulled self together. A simple matter of law of gravitation. Would have to use computer to give exact answer, but next half-dozen shots are fully committed. Most we can do is push them off target. And maybe hit some town we haven't warned. Can't dump them into an ocean. It's too late. Cheyenne Mountain is 1,400 kilometers inland. As for stretching schedule to once an hour, that's silly. Aren't tube capsules you start and stop. These are falling rocks. Going to hit somewhere every 20 minutes. You can hit Cheyenne Mountain, which hasn't anything alive left on it by now, or can hit somewhere else and kill people. Idea of delaying strike on Great China by 24 hours is just as silly. Can abort missiles for Great China for a while yet, but can't slow them up. If you abort, you waste them, and everybody who thinks we have steel casings to waste had better go up to Catapult Head and look. Prof wiped brow. I think all questions have been answered, at least to my satisfaction.
Not to mine, sir.
Sit down, Господин Wright. You force me to remind you that your ministry is not part of the War Cabinet. If there are no more questions, I hope there are none, I will adjourn this meeting. We all need rest, so let us, Prof. Yes, Manuel. You never let me finish reporting. Late tomorrow or early Sunday, we catch it. How, Manuel? Bombing. Invasion, possibly. 2 cruisers headed this way. That got attention. Presently, Prof said tiredly, "The government cabinet is adjourned. The war cabinet will remain." "Just a second," I said. "Prof, when we took office, you got undated resignations from us." "True. I hope not to have to use any of them, however." "You're about to use one." "Manuel, is that a threat?" "Call it what you like." I pointed at Wright. "Either that yammerhead goes, or I go." "Manuel, you need sleep." Was blinking back tears. "Certainly do. I'm going to get some right now. Going to find a DOS here at Complex and get some. About 10 hours. After that, if I'm still Minister of Defense, you can wake me. Otherwise, let me sleep." By now everybody was looking shocked. Wayo came up and stood by me. Didn't speak. Just slipped hand around into my arm. Prof said firmly, "All please leave, save the War Cabinet and Господин Wright." He waited while most filed out, then said, "Manuel, I can't accept your resignation. Nor can I let you chivvy me into hasty action concerning Господин Wright. Not when we are tired and overwrought. It would be better if you two were to exchange apologies, each realizing that the other has been overstrained." I turned to Finn. "Has he been fighting?" I indicated Wright. "Huh? Hell no. At least he's not in my outfits. How about it, Wright? Did you fight when they had baited us?"
Wright said stiffly, "I had no opportunity. By the time I knew of it, it was over. But now both my bravery and my loyalty have been impugned. I shall insist—"
"Oh, shut up," I said. "If duel is what you want, can have it first moment I'm not busy. Prof, since he doesn't have strain of fighting as excuse for behavior, I won't apologize to a yammerhead for being a yammerhead. And you don't seem to understand issue. You let this yammerhead climb on my back and didn't even try to stop him. So either fire him or fire me."
This book is continued on Disc 12. The Moon is a Harsh Mistress by Robert Heinlein. Concluded. Disc 12.
If duel is what you want, can have it first moment I'm not busy. Prof, since he doesn't have strain of fighting as excuse for behavior, I won't apologize to a yammerhead for being a yammerhead. And you don't seem to understand issue. You let this yammerhead climb on my back and didn't even try to stop him. So either fire him or fire me. Finn said suddenly, "I match that, Prof. Either fire this louse or fire us both." He looked at Wright. "About that duel, Choom. You're going to fight me first. You got 2 arms, Manny hasn't. Don't need 2 arms for him, but thanks, Finn." Wyo was crying. Could feel it, though couldn't hear it. Prof said to her most sadly, "Wyoming." "I'm sorry, Prof. Me too." Only Clayton, Watanabe, Judge Brody, Wolfgang, Stu, and Sheeny were left. Handful who counted, war cabinet. Prof looked at them. I could see they were with me, though it cost Wolfgang an effort. He worked with Prof, not with me. Prof looked back at me and said softly, "Manuel, it works both ways. What you're doing is forcing me to resign." He looked around. "Good night, comrades. Or rather, good morning. I'm going to get some badly needed rest." He walked briskly out without looking back. Wright was gone. I didn't see him leave. Finn said, "What about these cruisers, Manny?" I took a deep breath. "Nothing earlier than Saturday afternoon, but you ought to evacuate Taco under. Can't talk now. Groggy." Agreed to meet him there at 2100, then let Wyo lead me away. Think she put me to bed, but don't remember. 27. Prof was there when I met Finn in Warden's office shortly before 2100 Friday. Had had 9 hours sleep. Bath, breakfast Wyo had fetched from somewhere, and a talk with Mike. Everything going to revised plan. Ships had not changed ballistic. Great China strike about to happen. Got to office in time to see strike by video. All okay and effectively over by 2101, and Prof got down to business. Nothing said about Wright, or about resigning. Never saw Wright again. I mean, I never saw him again. Nor ask about him. Prof didn't mention Rao, so I didn't. We went over news and tactical situation. Wright had been correct in saying that thousands of lives had been lost. News up from our side was full of it. How many we'll never know. If a person stands at ground zero and tons of rock land on him, isn't much left. Those they could count were ones farther away, killed by blast. Call it 50,000 in North America. Never will understand people. We spent 3 days warning them, and you couldn't say they hadn't heard warnings. That was why they were there. To see show. To laugh at our nonsense. To get souvenirs. Whole families went to targets. Some with picnic baskets. Picnic baskets! Bourgeois! And now those alive were yelling for our blood for this senseless slaughter. Duh. Hadn't been any indignation over their invasion and nuclear bombing of us 4 days earlier. But oh, were they sore over our premeditated murder. Great New York Times demanded that entire lunar rebel government be fetched earthside and publicly executed. This is clearly a case in which the humane rule against capital punishment must be waived in the greater interests of all mankind. Try not to think about it. Justice had been forced not to think too much about Ludmilla. Little Milla hadn't carried a picnic lunch. She hadn't been a sightseer looking for thrills. Tycho Under was pressing problem. If those ships bombed Warren's, and news from Earthside was demanding exactly that, Tycho Under could not take it. Roof was thin. H-bomb would decompress all levels. Airlocks aren't built for H-bomb blasts. Still don't understand people. Terra was supposed to have an absolute ban against using H-bombs on people. That was what FN was all about. Yet were loud yells for FN to H-bomb us. They quit claiming that our bombs were nuclear, but all North America seemed frothingly anxious to have us nuke-bombed. Don't understand loonies, for that matter. Finn had sent word through his militia that Tycho Under must be evacuated, and Proof had repeated it over video. Nor was it a problem. Tycho Under was small enough that Novolin and El City could doss and dine them. We could convert enough capsules to move them all in 24 hours, dump them into Novolin, and encourage half of them to go on to El City. A big job, but no problems. Minor problems. Start compressing city's air while evacuating people so as to save it. Decompress fully at end to minimize damage. Move as much food as was time for. Offer them access to lower farm tunnels, so forth. All things we knew how to do, and we still Yagi and militia and municipal maintenance people had organization to do. Had they started evacuating? Hear that hollow echo? Were capsules lined up nose to tail at Tycho Under, and no room to send more till some left, and weren't moving. Manny, said Finn, don't think they are going to evacuate. Damn it, I said. They've got to. When we spot a missile headed for Tycho Under, we'll be too late. You'll have people trampling people, trying to crowd into capsules that won't hold them. Finn, your boys have got to make them. Proof shook his head. No, Manuel. I said angrily, Proof, you carry this no coercion idea too far. You know they'll riot. Then they'll riot. But we will continue with persuasion, not force. Let us now review plans. Plans weren't much, but were best we could do. Warn everybody about expected bombings and or invasion. Rotate guards from Finn's militia, above each warren starting when and if cruisers passed around Luna into blind space, far side. Not get caught flat-footed again. Maximum pressure and pea suit precautions, all warrens. All military and semi-military to go on blue alert 1600 Saturday. Red alert if missiles launched or ships maneuvered. Brody's gunners encouraged to go into town and get drunk or whatever, returning by 1500 Saturday. Prof's idea. Finn wanted to keep half of them on duty. Prof said no, they would be in better shape for a long vigil if they relaxed and enjoyed cells first. I agreed with Prof. As for bombing Terra, we made no changes in first rotation. We're getting anguished responses from India. No news from Great China. Yet India had little to moan about. Had not used a grid on her. Too heavily populated. Aside from picking spots in Thar Desert and some peaks, targets were coastal waters off seaports. But should have picked higher mountains or given less warning. Seemed from news that some holy man, followed by endless pilgrims, chose to climb each target peak and hold off our retaliation by sheer spiritual strength. So, we were murderers again. Besides that, our water shots killed millions of fish and many fishermen, as fishermen and other seafarers had not heeded warnings. Indian government seemed as furious over fish as over fishermen. But principle of sacredness of all life did not apply to us. They wanted our heads. Africa and Europe responded more sensibly, but differently. Life has never been sacred in Africa, and those who went sightseeing on targets got little bleeding heart treatment. Europe had a day to learn that we could hit where we promised and that our bombs were deadly. People killed? Yes, especially bull-headed sea captains. but not killed in empty-headed swarms, as in India and North America. Casualties were even lighter in Brazil and other parts of South America. Then was North America's turn again. 0950.28, Saturday, 17 October 76. Mike timed it for exactly 1,000 our time, which, allowing for 1 day's progress of Luna in orbit and for rotation of Terra, caused North America to face toward us at 0500 their East Coast time and 0200 their West Coast time. But argument as to what to do with this targeting had started early Saturday morning. Proof had not called meeting of War Cabinet, but they showed up anyhow, except Clayton Watanabe, who had gone back to Kongville to take charge of defenses. Proof, self, Finn, Wyo, Judge Brody, Wolfgang, Stu, Terrence Sheehan, which made 8 different opinions. Proof is right. More than 3 people can't decide anything. 6 opinions, should say, for Wyo kept pretty mouth shut, and so did Proof. He moderated. But others were noisy enough for 18. Stu didn't care what we hit, provided New York Stock Exchange opened on Monday morning. We sold short in 19 different directions on Thursday. If this nation is not to be bankrupt before it's out of its cradle, my buy orders covering these shorts had better be executed. Tell them, Wolf. Make them understand. Brody wanted to use catapult to smack any more ships leaving parking orbit. Judge knew nothing about ballistics, simply understood that his drillmen were in exposed positions. I didn't argue, as most remaining loads were already in slow orbits, and rest would be soon. I didn't think we would have old catapult much longer. Sheeny thought it would be smart to repeat that grid while placing one load exactly on main building of North American Directorate. I know Americans. I was one before they shipped me. They're sorry as hell they ever turned things over to FN. Knock off those bureaucrats and they'll come over to our side. Wolfgang Korsakov, to Stu's disgust, thought that their speculations might do better if all stock exchanges were closed till it was over. Finn wanted to go for broke, warned them to get those ships out of our sky, then hit them for real if they didn't. Sheeny is wrong about Americans. I know them too. NA is toughest part of FN. They're the ones to lick. They're already calling us murderers, so now we've got to hit them hard. Hit American cities, and we can call off the rest. I slid out, talked with Mike, made notes, went back in. They were still arguing. Proof looked up as I sat down. Field Marshal, you have not expressed your opinion. I said, Proof, can't we lay off that Field Marshal nonsense? Children are in bed. Can afford to be honest. As you wish, Manuel. Been waiting to see if any agreement would be reached. Was none. Don't see why I should have an opinion, I went on. I am just errand boy here because I know how to program ballistic computer. Said this looking straight at Wolfgang, a #1 comrade but a dirty word intellectual. I'm just a mechanic whose grammar isn't much, while Wolf graduated from a fancy school, Oxford, before they convicted him. He deferred to Proof but rarely to anybody else. Stu? Da, but Stu had fancy credentials too. Wolf stirred uneasily and said, Oh, come. Manny, of course we want your opinions. Don't have any. Bombing plan was worked out carefully. Everybody had chance to criticize. Haven't seen anything to justify changing it. Proof said, Manuel, will you review the second bombardment of North America for the benefit of all of us? Okay. Purpose of second smearing is to force them to use up interceptor rockets. Every shot is aimed at big cities. At null targets, I mean. Close to big cities. Which we will tell them, shortly before we hit them. How soon, Shinny? We're telling them now, but we can change it, and should. As may be, propaganda isn't my pigeon. In most cases, to aim close enough to force them to intercept, we have to use water targets. Rough enough, besides killing fish and anybody who won't stay off water. It causes local storms and shore damage. Glanced at watch. Saw I would have to stall. Seattle gets one in Puget Sound right in her lap. San Francisco is going to lose 2 bridges she's fond of. Los Angeles gets one between Long Beach and Catalina, and another a few kilometers up coast. Mexico City is inland, so we put one on Popocatépetl, where they can see it. Salt Lake City gets one in her lake. Denver we ignore. They can see what's happening in Colorado Springs. For we smack Cheyenne Mountain again and keep it up, just as soon as we have it in line of sight. St. Louis and Kansas City get shots in the rivers, and so does New Orleans. Probably flood New Orleans. All Great Lakes cities get it. A long list. Shall I read it?
Later, perhaps, said Prof. Go ahead.
Boston gets one in her harbor. New York gets one in Long Island Sound, and another midway between her 2 biggest bridges. I think it will ruin those bridges, but we promise to miss them, and will. Going down their east coast, we give treatment to 2 Delaware Bay cities, then 2 on Chesapeake Bay, one being of max historical and sentimental importance. Farther south, we catch 3 more big cities with sea shots. Going inland, we smack Cincinnati, Birmingham, Chattanooga, Oklahoma City, all with river shots or nearby mountains. Oh yes, Dallas. We destroyed Dallas Spaceport, and should catch some ships. We're 6 there last time I checked. Won't kill any people unless they insist on standing on target. Dallas is perfect place to bomb. That spaceport is big and flat and empty, yet 10 million people will see us hit it. If you hit it, said Sheeny. When, not if. Each shot is backed up by one an hour later. If neither one gets through, we have shots farther back which can be diverted. For example, easy to shift targets among Delaware Bay, Chesapeake Bay group. Same for Great Lakes group. But Dallas has its own string of backups, and a long one. We expect it to be heavily defended. Backups run about 6 hours, as long as we can see North America. And less backups can be placed anywhere on continent, since farther out a load is, when we divert it, farther we can shift it.
I don't follow that, said Brody.
A matter of vectors, Judge. A guidance rocket can give a load so many meters per second of side vector. Longer that vector has to work, farther from original point of aim load will land. If we signal a guidance rocket 3 hours before impact, we displace impact 3 times as much as if we waited till 1 hour before impact. Not quite that simple, but our computer can figure it, if you give it time enough.
How long is time enough? Asked Wolfgang.
I carefully misunderstood. Computer can solve that sort of problem almost instantaneously once you program it. But such decisions are pre-programmed. Something like this. If out of target group A, B, C, and D, you find that you have failed to hit 3 targets on first and second salvos, you reposition all group 1 second backups so that you will be able to choose those 3 targets while distributing other second backups of that group for possible use on group 2, while repositioning third backups of supergroup Alpha, such that...
Slow up, said Wolfgang. I'm not a computer. I just want to know how long before we have to make up our minds.
Oh, I studied watch, showily. You'll now have 3 minutes, 58 seconds in which to abort leading load for Kansas City. Abort program is set up, and I have my best assistant, a fellow named Mike, standing by. Shall I phone him? Sheeny said, For heaven's sakes, man, abort.
Like hell, said Finn.
What's matter, Terrence? No guts?
Prof said, Comrades, please.
I said, Look, I take orders from head of state. Prof over there. If he wants opinions, he'll ask. No use yelling at each other. I looked at watch. Call it 2.5 minutes. More margin, of course, for other targets. Kansas City is farthest from deep water. But some Great Lake cities are already past ocean abort. Lake Superior is best we can do. Salt Lake City, maybe an extra minute. Then they pile up. I waited. "Roll call," said Prof. "To carry out the program, General Nielsen." "Da."
"Госпожа Davis."
Wyo cut breath.
"Da."
"Judge Brody?" "Yes, of course. Necessary."
"Wolfgang."
"Yes."
"Comte Lejoie."
"Da."
"Господин Sheehan."
"Yeah, missing a bet, but I'll go along. Unanimous."
"One moment. Manuel."
"It's up to you, Prof. Always has been. Voting is silly."
"I am aware that it is up to me, Господин Minister.
Carry out bombardment to plan. Most targets we managed to hit by second salvo, though all were defended except Mexico City. Seemed likely, 98.3% by Mike's later calculation. The interceptors were exploding by radar fusing with set distances that incorrectly estimated vulnerability of solid cylinders of rock. Only 3 rocks were destroyed. Others were pushed off course and thereby did more harm than if not fired at all. New York was tough. Dallas turned out to be very tough. Perhaps difference lay in local control of interception, for it seemed unlikely that command post in Cheyenne Mountain was still effective. Perhaps we had not cracked their hole in the ground. Don't know how deep down it was, but I'll bet that neither men nor computers were still tracking. Dallas blew up or pushed aside first 5 rocks, so I told Mike to take everything he could from Cheyenne Mountain and award it to Dallas, which he was able to do 2 salvos later. Those targets are less than 1,000 kilometers apart. Dallas's defenses cracked on next salvo. Mike gave their spaceport 3 more, already committed, then shifted back to Cheyenne Mountain. Later ones had never been nudged, and were still earmarked Cheyenne Mountain. He was still giving that battered mountain cosmic love pats when America rolled down and under Terra's eastern edge. I stayed with Mike all during bombardment, knowing it would be our toughest. As he shut down till time to dust Great China, Mike said thoughtfully,
"Man, I don't think we had better hit that mountain again."
"Why not, Mike?"
"It's not there any longer."
"Ah, you might divert its backups. When do you have to decide?"
"I would put them on Albuquerque and Omaha, but had best start now. Tomorrow will be busy. Man, my best friend, you should leave."
"Board with me, pal."
"In the next few hours, that first ship may launch missiles. When that happens, I want to shift all ballistic control to little David's sling. And when I do, you should be at Mariandaram's site."
"What's fretting you, Mike?"
"That boy is accurate, man, but he's stupid. I want him supervised. Decisions may have to be made in a hurry, and there isn't anyone there who can program him properly. You should be there."
"Okay, if you say so, Mike. But if needs a fast program, we'll still have to phone you. Greatest shortcoming of computers isn't computer shortcoming at all, but fact that a human takes a long time, maybe hours, to set up a program that a computer solves in milliseconds. One best quality of Mike was that he could program himself, fast. Just explain problem, let him program. Same wise and equally, he could program idiot son enormously faster than human could."
"But man, I want you there because you may not be able to phone me. The lines may be cut. So I've prepared a group of possible programs for Junior. They may be helpful."
"Okay, print 'em out, and let me talk to Prof." Mike got Prof. I made sure he was private and explained what Mike thought I should do. Thought Prof would object. Was hoping he would insist I stay through coming bombardment, invasion, whatever, those ships. Instead he said,
"Manuel, it's essential that you go. I've hesitated to tell you. Did you discuss odds with Mike?"
"Niet."
"I have continued to do so. To put it bluntly, if Luna City is destroyed, and I am dead and the rest of the government is dead, even if all Mike's radar eyes here are blinded and he himself is cut off from the new catapult, all of which may happen under severe bombardment.
Even if all this happens at once, Mike still gives Luna even chances if little David's sling can operate, and you are there to operate it. I said, "Da, boss. Yassa massa.
You and Mike are stinkers and want to hog fun. Will do."
"Very good, Manuel." Stayed with Mike another hour while he printed out meter after meter of programs tailored to other computer. Work that would have taken me 6 months, even if able to think of all possibilities. Mike had it indexed and cross-referenced, with horribles in it I had hardly dare mention. Mean to say, given circumstances and seemed necessary to destroy, say, Paris, this told how. What missiles in what orbits. How to tell Junior to find them and bring them to target. Or anything. Was reading this endless document, not programs but descriptions of purpose of program, that headed each, when Wyo phoned.
"Manny, dear, has Prof told you about going to Mariandarum?"
"Yes, was going to call you."
"All right, I'll pack for us and meet you at Station East. When can you be there?"
"Pack for us? You're going?"
"Didn't Prof say?"
"No." Suddenly felt cheerful.
"I felt guilty about it, dear. I wanted to go with you, but had no excuse. After all, I'm no use around a computer, and I do have responsibilities here. Or did. But now I've been fired from all my jobs, and so have you."
"Huh?"
"You are no longer defense minister. Finn is. Instead, you are deputy prime minister."
"Well,"
"And deputy minister of defense, too. I'm already deputy speaker, and Stu has been appointed deputy secretary of state for foreign affairs. So he goes with us, too."
I'm confused."
"It's not as sudden as it sounds. Prof and Mike worked it out months ago. Decentralization, dear. The same thing that McIntyre has been working on for the Warrens. If there is a disaster at El City, Luna Free State still has a government. As Prof put it to me, Wyo, dear lady, as long as you three and a few congressmen are left alive, all is not lost. You can still negotiate on equal terms and never admit your wounds."
So I wound up as a computer mechanic. Stu and Wyo met me, with luggage, including rest of my arms, and we threaded through endless, unpressured tunnels in pea suits, on a small, flatbed Rolligan, used to haul steel to site. Greg had Big Rolligan meet us for surface stretch, then met us himself when we went underground again. So, I missed attack on ballistic radars Saturday night.
28.
Captain of first ship, FNS Esperance, had guts. Late Saturday he changed course, headed straight in. Apparently figured we might attempt jingle-jangle with radars, for he seems to have decided to come in close enough to see our radar installations by ship's radar, rather than rely on letting his missiles home in on our beams. Seems to have considered himself, ship, and crew expendable, for he was down to 1,000 kilometers before he launched. A spread then went straight for 5 out of 6 of Mike's radars, ignoring random jingle-jangle. Mike, expecting self soon to be blinded, turned Brody's boys loose to burn ship's eyes, held them on it for 3 seconds before he shifted them to missiles. Result? 1 crashed cruiser, 2 ballistic radars knocked out by H missiles, 3 missiles killed, and 2 gun crews killed, 1 by H explosion, other by dead missile that landed square on them, plus 13 gunners with radiation burns above 800 Roentgen, death level, partly from flash, partly from being on surface too long. And must add, 4 members of Lacey Strata Corps died with those crews. They elected to pea suit and go up with their men. Other girls had serious radiation exposure, but not up to 800 R level. Second cruiser continued an elliptical orbit around and behind Luna. Got most of this from Mike after we arrived at Little David's Sling early Sunday. He was feeling groused over loss of 2 of his eyes, and still more groused over gun crews. I think Mike was developing something like human conscience. He seemed to feel it was his fault that he had not been able to outfight 6 targets at once. I pointed out that what he had to fight with was improvised, limited range, not real weapons. How about self, Mike? You all right?
In all essentials. I have outlying discontinuities. One live missile chopped my circuits to Novi Leningrad, but reports routed through Luna City inform me that local controls tripped in satisfactorily, with no loss in city services. I feel frustrated by these discontinuities, but they can be dealt with later.
Mike, you sound tired.
Me, tired? Ridiculous. Man, you forgot what I am. I'm annoyed, that's all.
When will that second ship be back in sight?
In about 3 hours, if he were to hold earlier orbit. But he will not. Probability in excess of 90%. I expect him in about an hour.
A garrison orbit, huh? Oh-ho.
He left my side at azimuth, and course east 32 north. Does that suggest anything, man?
Try to visualize. Suggest they are going to land and try to capture you, Mike. Have you told Finn? Have you told Prof to warn Finn?
Professor knows, but that is not the way I analyze it.
So? Well, suggest I had better shut up and let you work. Did so. Lenore fixed me breakfast while I inspected Junior, and I'm ashamed to say could not manage to grieve over losses with both Wyo and Lenore present. Mom had sent Lenore out to cook for Greg after Milla's death. Just an excuse. We're enough wives at sight to provide home cooking for everybody. Was for Greg's morale, and Lenore's, too. Lenore and Milla had been close. Junior seemed to be right. He was working on South America, one load at a time. I stayed in radar room and watched, at extreme magnification, while he placed one in estuary between Montevideo and Buenos Aires. Mike could not have been more accurate. I then checked his program for North America, found naught to criticize, locked it in, and took key. Junior was on his own, unless Mike got clear of other troubles and decided to take back control. Then sat and tried to listen to news both from Earthside and L City. Coax cable from L City carried phones. Mike's hookup to his idiot child, radio and video. Sight was no longer isolated, but besides cable from L City, Sight had antennas pointed at Terra. Any Earthside news complex could pick up. We could listen to directly. Nor was this silly extra. Radio and video from Terra had been only recreation during construction, and this was now a standby in case that one cable was broken. FN official satellite relay was claiming that Luna's ballistic radars had been destroyed, and that we were now helpless. Wonder what people of Buenos Aires and Montevideo thought about that. Probably too busy to listen. In some ways, water shuts were worse than those where we could find open land. Luna City Lunatics video channel was carrying Shinny telling Looney's outcome of attack by Esperance, repeating news while warning everybody that battle was not over. A warship would be back in our sky any moment. Be ready for anything. Everybody stay in pea suits. Shinny was wearing his, with helmet open. Take maximum pressure precautions. All units stay on red alert. All citizens not otherwise called by duty strongly urged to seek lowest level, and stay there till all clear, and so forth. He went through this several times, then suddenly broke in. A flash. Enemy cruiser radar sighted, low and fast. It made Dido for Luna City. Flash, missiles launched, headed for ejection end of... Picture and sound chopped off. Might as well tell now what we at Little David Sling learned later. Second cruiser, by coming in low and fast, tightest orbit Luna's field permits, was able to start its bombing at ejection end of Old Catapult, 100 kilometers from Catapult Head and Brody's gunners, and knocked many rings out in minute it took him to come into sight and range of drill guns, all clustered around radars at Catapult Head. Guess he felt safe. Wasn't. Brody's boys burned eyes out and ears off. He made one orbit after that and crashed near Torricelli, apparently an attempt to land, for his jets fired just before crash. But our next news at news site was from Earthside. That brassy FN frequency claimed that our catapult had been destroyed. True. And that lunar menace was ended. False. And called on all loonies to take prisoner their false leaders and surrender themselves to mercy of federated nations. Non-existent. Mercy, that is. Listened to it and checked programming again, and went inside dark radar room. If everything went as planned, we were about to lay another egg in Hudson River, then targets in succession for 3 hours across the continent. In succession because Junior could not handle simultaneous hits. Mike had planned accordingly. Hudson River was hit on schedule. Wonder how many New Yorkers were listening to FN newscast while looking at spot that gave it lie. 2 hours later, FN station was saying that lunar rebels had had missiles in orbit when catapult was destroyed, but that after those few had impacted, would be no more. When third bombing of North America was complete, I shut down radar. Had not been running steadily. Junior was programmed to sneak looks only as necessary, a few seconds at a time. I then had 9 hours before next bombing of Great China. But not 9 hours for most urgent decision, whether to hit Great China again. Without information, except from Terra's news channels, which might be false. Bloody, without knowing whether or not Warren's had been bombed, or proof was dead or alive. Double bloody. Was I now acting Prime Minister? Needed proof. Head of state wasn't my glass of shea. Above all, needed Mike, to calculate facts, estimate uncertainties, project probabilities of this course or that. My word, didn't even know whether ships were headed toward us and, worse yet, was afraid to look. If turned radar on and used Junior for sky search, any warship he brushed with beams would see him quicker than he saw them. Warships were built to spot radar surveillance. So I'd heard. Hell, was no military man. Was computer technician who had bumbled into wrong field. Somebody buzzed door. I got up and unlocked. Was Wyo with coffee. Didn't say a word, just handed it to me and went away. Sipped it. There it is, boy. They're leaving you alone, waiting for you to pull miracles out of pouch. Didn't feel up to it. From somewhere, back in my youth, heard proof say, Manuel, when faced with a problem you do not understand, do any part of it you do understand, then look at it again. He had been teaching me something he himself did not understand very well, something in maths, but had taught me something far more important, a basic principle. Knew at once what to do first. Went over to Junior and had him print out predicted impacts of all loads in orbit. Easy, was a pre-program he could run any time against real-time running. While he was doing it, I looked for certain alternate programs in that long roll Mike had prepared. Then set up some of those alternate programs. No trouble. Simply had to be careful to read them correctly and punch them in without error. Made Junior print back for check before I gave him signal to execute. When finished, 40 minutes, every load and trajectory intended for an inland target had been retargeted for a seacoast city, with hedge to my bet that execution was delayed for rocks farther back. But unless I cancelled, Junior would reposition them as soon as need be. Now horrible pressure of time was off me. Now could aboard any load into ocean right up the last few minutes before impact. Now could think. So did. Then called in my war cabinet, Wyo, Stu, and Greg, my commander of armed forces, using Greg's office. Lenore was allowed to go in and out, fetching coffee and food, or sitting and saying nothing. Lenore is a sensible femme, and knows when to keep quiet. Stu started it. Yeah, Mr. Prime Minister, I do not think that Great China should be hit this time. Never mind fancy titles, Stu. Maybe I'm acting, maybe not. But haven't time for formality. Well, very well. May I explain my proposal? Later. I explained what I had done to give us more time. He nodded and kept quiet. Our tightest squeeze is that we are out of communication, both Luna City and Earthside. Greg, how about that repair crew? Not back yet. If break is near Luna City, they may be gone a long time, if can repair at all. So must assume we'll have to act on our own. Greg, do you have an electronics tech who can jury-rig a radio that will let us talk to Earthside? To their satellites, I mean. That doesn't take much with right antenna. I may be able to help, and the computer tech I sent you isn't too clumsy either. Quite good, in fact, for ordinary electronics. A poor bloke I had once falsely accused of allowing a fly to get into Mike's guts. I had placed him in this job. Harry Biggs, my power plant boss, can do anything of that sort, Greg said thoughtfully. If he has the gear. Get him on it. You can vandalize anything but radar and computer once we get all loads out of Catapult. How many lined up? 23, and no more steel. So, 23 it is, win or lose. I want them ready for loading. Might lob them off today. They're ready. We can load as fast as the cat can throw 'em. Good. One more thing. Don't know whether there's an FN cruiser, maybe more than one, in our sky or not. And afraid to look. By radar, I mean. Radar for Skywatch could give away our position. But must have Skywatch. Can you get volunteers for an eyeball Skywatch? And can you spare them? Lenore spoke up. I volunteer. Thanks, honey. You're accepted. We'll find him, said Greg. Won't need femmes. Let her do it, Greg. This is everybody's show. Explained what I wanted. Marion Durham was now in dark semilunar. Sun had set. Invisible boundary between sunlight and Luna's shadow stretched over us, a precise locus. Ships passing through our sky would wink suddenly into view going west, blink out going east. Visible part of orbit would stretch from horizon to some point in sky. If Eyeball Team could spot both points, mark one by bearing, other by stars, and approximate time by counting seconds, Junior could start guessing orbit. 2 passes and Junior would know its period and something about shape of orbit. Then I would have some notion of when would be safe to use radar and radio and catapult. Did not want to loose a load with FN ship above horizon. Could be radar looking our way. Perhaps too cautious, but had to assume that this catapult, this one radar, these 24 missiles, were all that stood between Luna and total defeat. And our bluff hinged on them, never knowing what we had or where it was. We had to appear endlessly able to pound Terra with missiles, from source they had not suspected, and could never find. Then as now, most loonies knew nothing about astronomy. Were cave dwellers, go out to surface only when necessary. But we were lucky. Was amateur astronomer in Greg's crew, Cobber who had worked at Richardson. I explained, put him in charge, let him worry about teaching Eyeball crew how to tell stars apart. I got these things started before we went back to Talk. Well, Stu, why shouldn't we hit Great China? I'm still expecting a word from Dr. Chen. I received one message from him, found her shortly before we were cut off from cities. My word, why didn't you tell me? I tried to, but you had yourself locked in, and I know better than to bother you when you are busy with ballistics. Here's the translation. Usual Lunoho Company address with a reference, which means it's for me, and that it has come through my Paris agent. Our Darwin sales representative, that's Chan, informs us that your shipments have, well, never mind the coding. He means the attack days, while appearing to refer to last June, were improperly packaged, resulting in unacceptable damage. Unless this can be corrected, negotiations for long-term contract will be seriously jeopardized. Stu looked up. All double talk. I take it to mean that Dr. Tran feels that he has his government ready to talk terms, but that we should let up on bombing Great China, or we may upset his apple cart. Got up and walked around. Asked Wyo's opinion. Nobody knew Wyo's virtues better than I, but she oscillated between fierceness and too human compassion, and I had learned already that a head of state, even an acting one, must have neither. Asked Greg. Greg was a good farmer, a better mechanic, a rousing preacher. I loved him dearly, but did not want his opinion. Stu? I had his opinion. Or did I? Stu, what's your opinion? Not Chen's opinion, but your own. Stu looked thoughtful. It's difficult, Manny. I am not Chinese. I have not spent much time in Great China, and can't claim to be an expert in their politics, nor their psychology, so I'm forced to depend on his opinion. Damn it, he's not a loony. His purposes are not our purposes. What does he expect to get out of it? I think he is maneuvering for a monopoly over lunar trade. Perhaps bases here too. Possibly an extraterritorial enclave. Not that we would grant that. Might, if we were hurting. He didn't say any of this. He doesn't say much, you know. He listens. Too well, I know. Worried at it. More bothered each minute. News from Earthside had been droning in background. I had asked Wyo to monitor while I was busy with Greg. Wyo, hun, anything new from Earthside? No, the same claims. We've been utterly defeated and our surrender is expected momentarily. Oh, there's a warning that some missiles are still in space, falling out of control, but with reassurance that the paths are being analyzed and people will be warned in time to avoid impact areas. Anything to suggest that Prof or anybody in Luna City, or anywhere in Luna, is in touch with Earthside? Nothing at all. Damn. Anything from Great China? No. Comments from almost everywhere else, but not from Great China. Step to door. Greg. Hey, Cobber, see if you can find Greg Davis. I need him. Closed door. Stu, we're not going to let Great China off. So? No. Would be nice if Great China busted alliance against us. Might save us some damage. But we've got this far only by appearing able to hit them at will and to destroy any ship they send against us. At least I hope that last one was burned and we've certainly clobbered 8 out of 9. We won't get anywhere by looking weak. Not while FN is claiming that we are not just weak but finished. Instead, we must hand them surprises. Start with Great China, and if it makes Dr. Chen unhappy, we'll give him a kerchief to weep into. If we can go on looking strong, when FN says we're licked, then eventually some veto power is going to crack. If not Great China, then some other one. Stu bowed without getting up. Very well, sir. Greg came in. You want me, Manny? What makes with Earthside Sender? Harry says you have it by tomorrow. A crummy rig, he says, but push watts through it, and we'll be heard. Power we got. If he says tomorrow, then he knows what he wants to build. So will be today, say 6 hours. I'll work under him. Wyo Hunt, will you get my arms? Want number 6 and number 3. Better bring number 5 too. And you stick with me and change arms for me. Stu want you to write some nasty messages. I'll give you a general idea, and you put acid in them. Greg, we are not going to get all those rocks into space at once. Ones we have in space now will impact in next 18, 19 hours. Then, when FN is announcing that all rocks are accounted for and lunar menace is over, we crash into their newscast and warn of next bombings. Shortest possible orbits, Greg. 10 hours or less. So check everything on catapult, NH plant, and controls. With that extra boost, All has to be dead on. Waya was back with arms. I told her, number 6, and added, Greg, let me talk with Harry. 6 hours later, Sender was ready to beam toward Terra. It was an ugly job, vandalized mainly out of a resonance prospector used in project's early stages, but could ride an audio signal on its radio frequency and was powerful. Stu's nastified versions of my warnings had been taped, and Harry was ready to zip-squeal them. All Terran satellites could accept high speed at 60 to 1, and had no wish to have our sender heated more seconds than necessary. Eyeball Watch had confirmed fears. At least 2 ships were in orbit around Luna. So we told Great China that her major coastal cities would each receive a lunar present offset 10 kilometers into ocean. Busan, Tsingtao, Taipei, Shanghai, Saigon, Bangkok, Singapore, Jakarta, Darwin, and so forth. Except that old Hong Kong would get one smack on top of FN's Far East offices. So, kindly have all human beings move far back. Stu noted that human beings did not mean FN personnel. They were urged to stay at desks. India was given similar warnings about coastal cities, and was told that FN global offices would be spared one more rotation out of respect for cultural monuments in Agra, and to permit human beings to evacuate. I intended to extend this by another rotation as deadline approached, out of respect for proof. And then another, indefinitely. Damn it, they would build their home offices next door to the most over-decorated tomb ever built. Huh. But one that proof treasured. Rest of world was told to keep their seats. Game was going extra innings. But stay away from any FN offices anywhere. We were frothing at mouth, and no FN office was safe. Better yet, get out of any city containing an FN headquarters. But FN VIPs and Finks were urged to sit tight. Then spent next 20 hours coaching Junior into sneaking his radar peaks when our sky was clear of ships, or believed to be. Napped when I could, and Lenore stayed with me, and woke me in time for next coaching. And that ended Mike's rocks, and we all went into alert. Well, we got first of Junior's rocks flung high and fast. Waited until certain it had gone hot and true. Then told Terra where to look for it, and where and when to expect it, so that all would know that FN's claims of victory were on a par with their century of lies about Luna. All in Stu's best, snotty, supercilious phrases delivered in his cultured accents. First one should have been for Great China, but was one piece of North American directorate we could reach with it. Her proudest jewel, Hawaii. Junior placed it in triangle formed by Maui, Molokai, and Lanai. I didn't work out programming. Mike had anticipated everything. Then pronto we got off 10 more rocks at short intervals. Had to skip one program, a ship in our sky, and told Great China where to look, and when to expect them and where. Coastal cities we had neglected day before. Was down to 12 rocks, but decided it was safer to run out of ammunition than to look as if we were running out. So I ordered 7 to Indian coastal cities, picking new targets. And Stu inquired sweetly if Agra had been evacuated. If not, please tell us at once. But heaved no rock at it. Egypt was told to clear shipping out of Suez Canal. Bluff. Was hoarding last 5 rocks. Then, waited. Impact at Lahaina Roads, that target in Hawaii. Looked good at high mag. Mike could be proud of Junior. And waited. 37 minutes before first China Coast impact, Great China denounced actions of FN, recognized us, offered to negotiate, and I sprained a finger punching abort buttons. Then was punching buttons with sore finger. India stumbled over feet following suit. Egypt recognized us. Other nations started scrambling for door. Stu informed Terra that we had suspended, only suspended, not stopped, bombardments. Now get those ships out of our sky at once, now, and we could talk. If they could not get home without refilling tanks, let them land not less than 50 kilometers from any mapped warren, then wait for their surrender to be accepted, but clear our sky now. This ultimatum we delayed a few minutes to let a ship pass beyond horizon. We weren't taking chances. One missile, and Luna would have been helpless. And waited. Cable crew returned. Had gone almost to Luna City, found break. But thousands of tons of loose rock impeded repair. So they had done what they could. Gone back to a spot where they could get through to surface. Erected a temporary relay in direction they thought Luna City lay. Sent up a dozen rockets at 10-minute intervals and hoped that somebody would see, understand, aim a relay at it. Any communication? No. Waited. Eyeball Squad reported that a ship which had been clock faithful for 19 passes had failed to show. 10 minutes later, they reported that another ship had missed expected appearance. We waited and listened. Great China, speaking on behalf of all veto powers, accepted armistice and stated that our sky was now clear. Lenore burst into tears and kissed everybody she could reach. After we steadied down, a man can't think when women are grabbing him, especially when 5 of them are not his wives. A few minutes later, when we were all coherent, I said, "Stu, want you to leave for Luna City at once. Pick your party. No women. You'll have to walk surface last kilometers. Find out what's going on. But first get them to aim a relay at ours and phone me." "Very good, sir." We were getting him outfitted for a tough journey. Extra air bottles, emergency shelter, so forth. When Earthside called me, on frequency we were listening to because message was, learned later, on all frequencies up from Earthside. Private message. Proof to Manny. Identification. Birthday Bastille and Sherlock's sibling. Come home at once. Your carriage waits at your new relay. Private message. Proof to... And went on repeating. Harry. Da, boss. Message Earthside. Tape and squeal. We still don't want them ranging us. Private message. Manny to Proof. Brass cannon. On my way. Ask them to acknowledge, but use only one squeal. 29. Stu and Greg drove on way back, while Wyo and Lenore and I huddled on open flatbed, strapped to keep from falling off. Was too small. Had time to think. Neither girl had suit radio, and we could talk only by helmet touch. Awkward. Began to see, now that we had won, parts of Proof's plan that had never been clear to me. Inviting attack against Catapult had spared Warrens. Hoped it had. That was plan, but Proof had always been cheerfully indifferent to damage to Catapult. Sure, had a second one, but far away and difficult to reach. Would take years to put a tube system to new Catapult. High mountains all way. Probably cheaper to repair old one, if possible. Either way, no grain shipment to Terra in meantime. And that was just what Proof wanted. Yet never once had he hinted that his plan was based on destroying old Catapult. His long-range plan, not just revolution. He might not admit it, now, but Mike would tell me, if put to him flatly. Was or was not this one factor in odds? Food right predictions and all that, Mike. Would he tell me? That ton-for-ton deal, Proof had expounded it Earthside, had been argument for a Terran catapult. But privately, he had no enthusiasm for it. Once he had told me, in North America, "Yes, Manuel, I feel sure it would work. But if built, it would be temporary. There was a time, 2 centuries ago, when dirty laundry used to be shipped from California to Hawaii, by sailing ship, mind you, and clean laundry returned. Special circumstances. If we ever see water and manure shipped to Luna and grain shipped back, it will be just as temporary. Luna's future lies in her unique position at the top of a gravity well over a rich planet, and in her cheap power and plentiful real estate. If we loonies have sense enough in the centuries ahead to remain a free port, and to stay out of entangling alliances, we will become the crossroads for 2 planets. 3 planets. The entire solar system. We won't be farmers forever. They met us at Station East, and hardly gave time to get pea suits off. Was returned from Earthside over again, screaming mobs, and being ridden on shoulders. Even girls, for Slim Lemke said to Lenore, "May we carry you too?" And Wyo answered, "Sure, why not?" And still Yagi fought for chance to. Most men were pressure-suited, and I was surprised to see how many carried guns, until I saw that they were not our guns, they were captured. But most of all was blessed relief to see El City unhurt. Could have done without triumphal procession. Was itching to get the phone to find out from Mike what had happened, how much damage, how many killed, what this victory cost. But no chance. We were carried to Old Dome willy-nilly. They shoved us up on a platform with Proof and rest of cabinet, and Vips and such. And our girl slobbered on Proof, and he embraced me Latin style, kiss cheek, and somebody stuck a Liberty cap on me. Spotted little Hazel in crowd, and threw her a kiss. At last they quieted enough for Proof to speak. "My friends," he said, and waited for silence. "My friends," he repeated softly. "Beloved comrades, we meet at last in freedom, and now have with us the heroes who fought the last battle for Luna alone." They cheered us. Again he waited. Could see he was tired. Hands trembled as he steadied himself against pulpit. "I want them to speak to you. We want to hear about it, all of us. But first, I have a happy message. Great China has just announced that she is building in the Himalayas an enormous catapult to make shipping to Luna as easy and cheap as it has been to ship from Luna to Terra." He stopped for cheers, then went on. "But that lies in the future. Today, oh, happy day. At last the world acknowledges Luna's sovereignty. Free. You have won your freedom." Proof stopped, looked surprised, not afraid, but puzzled, swayed slightly. Then he did die. 30. The last chapter. We got him into a shop behind platform, but even with help of a dozen doctors was no use. Old heart was gone, strained too many times. They carried him out back way, and I started to follow. Stu touched my arm. Mr. Prime Minister?" I said, "Huh? Oh, for bug's sake." Mr. Prime Minister," he repeated firmly. "You must speak to the crowd. Send them home. Then there are things that must be done." He spoke calmly, but tears poured down cheeks. So, I got back on platform and confirmed what they had guessed and told them to go home, and wound up in Room L of Raffles, where all had started. Emergency cabinet meeting. But first ducked the phone, lowered hood, punched Mycroft XXX. Got null number signal. Tried again. Same. Pushed up hood and said to man nearest me, Wolfgang, "Aren't phones working?" "Depends," he said. "That bombing yesterday shook things up. If you want an out-of-town number, better call the phone office." Could see self-asking office to get me a null. "What bombing?" "Haven't you heard? It was concentrated on the complex, but Brody's boys got the ship. No real damage. Nothing that can't be fixed." Had to drop it. They were waiting. I didn't know what to do, but Stu and Korsakov did. Sheeny was told to write news releases for Terra and rest of Luna. I found self announcing a lunar of mourning, 24 hours of quiet. No unnecessary business. Giving orders for body to lie in state. All words put in the mouth. I was numb. Brain would not work. Okay, convene Congress at the end of 24 hours. In Novolin? Okay. Shinny had dispatches from Earthside. Wolfgang wrote for me something which said that because of death of our president, answers would be delayed at least 24 hours. At last was able to get away with Wyo. A still Yagi guard kept people away from us to Eastman Lock 13. Once home, I ducked in the workshop on pretense of needing to change arms. Mike? No answer. So tried punching his combo into house phone. Null signal. Resolved to go out to Complex next day. With proof gone, needed Mike worse than ever. But next day was not able to go. Transcrisium tube was out. That last bombing. You could go around through Torricelli and Novolin and eventually reach Hong Kong. But Complex, almost next door, could be reached only by Rolligan. Couldn't take time. I was government. Managed to shuck that off 2 days later. By resolution was decided that Speaker Finn had succeeded to presidency after Finn and I had decided that Wolfgang was best choice for prime minister. We put it through, and I went back to being congressman, who didn't attend sessions. By then most phones were working, and Complex could be called. Punched Mycroft XXX. No answer. So, went out by Rolligan. Had to go down and walk tube last kilometer, but Complex under didn't seem hurt. Nor did Mike appear to be. But when I spoke to him, he didn't answer. He has never answered. Has been many years now. You can type questions into him, in Loglin, and you'll get Loglin answers out. He works just fine, as a computer, but won't talk, or can't. Wyo tried to coax him, then she stopped. Eventually, I stopped. Don't know how it happened. Many outlying pieces of him got chopped off in last bombing. Was meant, I'm sure, to kill our realistic computer. Did he fall below that critical number it takes to sustain self-awareness? If he's such, was never more than hypothesis. Or did decentralizing that was done before that last bombing kill him? I don't know. If it was just a matter of critical number, well, he's long been repaired. He must be back up to it. Why doesn't he wake up? Can a machine be so frightened and hurt that it will go into catatonia and refuse to respond? While ego crouches inside, aware but never willing to risk it? No, can't be that. Mike was unafraid, as gaily unafraid as Proof. Years. Changes. Mimi long ago opted out of family management. Anna is mom now, and Mimi dreams by video. Slim got Hazel to change name to Stone. 2 kids, and she studied engineering. All those new free-fall drugs.
And nowadays earthworms stay 3 or 4 years and go home unchanged.
And those other drugs that do almost as much for us. Some kids go Earthside to school now. And Tibet catapult. Took 17 years instead of 10. Kilimanjaro job was finished sooner. One mild surprise. When time came, Lenore named Stu for opting, rather than Wyo. Made no difference. We all voted da. One thing not a surprise, because Wyo and I pushed it through during time we still amounted to something in government. A brass cannon on a pedestal in middle of old dome, and over it a flag fluttering in blower breeze. Black field speckled with stars. Bar sinister in blood. A proud and jaunty brass cannon embroidered over all. And below it, our motto, Tanzstaffel. That's where we hold our 4th of July celebrations. You get only what you pay for. Proof knew and paid, gaily. But Proof underrated Yammerheads. They never adopted any of his ideas. Seems to be a deep instinct in human beings for making everything compulsory that isn't forbidden. Prof got fascinated by possibilities for shaping future that lay in a big, smart computer, and lost track of things closer to home. Oh, I backed him. But now I wonder, are food riots too high a price to pay to let people be? I don't know. Don't know any answers. I wish I could ask Mike. I wake up at night, and I think I've heard him. Just a whisper.
Man, my best friend.
But when I say Mike, he doesn't answer. Is he wandering around somewhere, looking for hardware to hook onto? Or is he buried down in Complex Under, trying to find way out? Those special memories are all in there somewhere, waiting to be stirred. But I can't retrieve them. They were voice-coded. Oh, he's dead as proof, I know it. But how dead is proof? If I punched it just once more and said, "Hi, Mike," would he answer,
"Hi, man. Heard any good ones lately?"
Been a long time since I've risked it. But he can't really be dead. Nothing was hurt. He's just, lost. You listening, Bog? Is a computer one of your creatures? Too many changes. May go to that Talk tonight and toss in some random numbers. Or not. Since Bloom started, quite a few young cobbers have gone out to asteroids. Hear about some nice places out there. Not too crowded. My word, I'm not even 100 yet.
This concludes the reading of The Moon is a Harsh Mistress by Robert Heinlein. This book was read by Lloyd James. If you would like to obtain a mail-order catalog or additional information about our growing line of audiobooks, write Blackstone Audiobooks, P.O. Box 969, Ashland, Oregon, zip code 97520, or call 1-800-SAY-BOOK. That's 1-800-729-2665. Thank you.